There's a long standing and mostly inaccurate joke that all Australians are descendants of criminals. And while it's true that the British sent many of its worst prisoners out that way, 80% of the people who immigrated to Australia in the 19th century went there by choice for a better life in a new land. Now, with that said, that does still mean that 1 in 5 of the Europeans to set foot on Australian soil was a convicted criminal. Transportation, as this practice was known, was basically just a step down from the death penalty. Even though these criminals were rarely sent away for the rest of their lives, the sentence meant being crammed into prison hulks, which were these massive floating prisons made from a decommissioned ship. And this was how they waited for a boat to come and take them away. The conditions on these were dirty and overcrowded, with very little food or water. Then once they were on board a proper ship on the way south, those conditions weren't any better. And as they made the crossing, they also had the added risk of dying at sea. Many prisoners even passed from disease.
Yes, you guys are back, pyon.
And once they got there, life in the prison
Sometimes just OBS decides to oof itself.
The first were the
I don't know if it's OBS or I don't know if it's OBS or Steam. Not Steam, Twitch. I don't know if it's Twitch or OBS that's like sometimes it messes up.
They still wouldn't earn any money and
Well,
lived as little.
I replaced a different version of her, so see if that one works.
The worst punishment would be the distance from their loved ones. For many, this was hardly any stress at all. Often, they'd even use the skills they learned to get paid work in Australia after being released, deciding to stay there and start a new life. Not all of the convicts behaved themselves, however. This was the second class. If the prisoners caused trouble, the first was to have their rations restricted, or they might be confined to a cell at night. If they kept making things difficult, they'd lose their job and be put in a chain gang, which is where their ankles would be attached to other prisoners by irons. They'd also have their diets restricted to just 1¼ pounds of bread and 4 ounces of oatmeal per day with a bit of sugar in it. Chain gangs also got the most demanding, backbreaking work. And then if that still wasn't enough to keep them in line, they'd get...
There's like no sound to it.
If they were really unlucky, that prison would be the Sarah Island prison in Macquarie Bay in Van Diemen's Land, which is now known as Tasmania. This bay is surrounded by some of Australia's most difficult terrain. And if you know
Fluffy Foxo,
you know that means it's a terrifying landscape. Escaping across it is nearly impossible. To the west is the ocean, and then to the east are uninhabited mountain ranges, cliffs, gorges, and rivers that no sensible person would try to cross.
Okay.
Not to mention the massive rainforest filled with dangerous animals. It's also cold in the bay compared to...
Okay, let's see, these girls are good, pyon.
2 feet thick and 26 feet high to deflect them. In the winter, it also snows, and most of the rest of the time it rains. The ground is also so wet that most early farmers in that part of
Okay, we're good.
Livestock over crops. The land was just too soaked through to grow much of anything.
Let's make sure that they can get grabbed, pyon.
Phillips Island, which is another island in the bay.
Where is he?
But it's also tiny. That meant that food at the prison was restricted, and the
Where is he?
ate almost nothing. And if you
There he is.
misbehaved after getting there were some special punishments unique to Sarah Island. A repeat offender might be sent to a rocky outcropping off the shore to sleep out in the open. To get onto the rocks, they'd have to climb up onto them, which meant getting wet. So then they'd have the choice of a damp sleep or taking their clothes off entirely and sleeping naked in the cold wind and rain. But even that is not the worst of it. The worst offenders were flogged using what was known as a double cat of nine tails.
Wait, why is he not grabbing her, pyon? Because she's not because she's not blocking.
Also double the usual size. Getting flogged by one of these would put a person in the hospital for months. It shattered ribs and caused severe internal bleeding, as well as deep cuts and lacerations. And afterwards, the wounds would be washed with salt water, adding to the agony. But surprisingly, it was as brutal as it was ineffective. Getting flogged usually made prisoners desperate instead of better behaved. In fact, reports from the time claim that people...
Well, okay, there you go. She could be grabbed.
...more likely to do again. Some of the prisoners even went on to commit crimes that would get them the death penalty, so they would never have to go through it again. Others, like Alexander Pierce, would go on to plan their...
There you go.
All his life, Alexander Pierce couldn't seem to keep out of trouble. In 1819, when he was around 26, he was convicted of stealing 6 pairs of shoes and sentenced to be transported from his home in Ireland for 7 years. It was probably not his first offense, because the cost and time of transportation weren't usually used for something as simple as...
Well, yeah, I've got Carl thinks that it turns.
After sentencing, he spent 6 months in a hulk on the south side of Ireland. Then on October 3rd, 1819, he was packed onto a ship named the Castle Force with 140 other convicts heading to Port Jackson near Sydney, Australia. 166 days later, on January 27th, 1820, they reached Australia and were promptly sent to Van Diemen's Land.
What the heck is she doing?
He was disembarked and given his first work assignment. Alex didn't have a special trade though, so he was made a farmer.
She's just juggling him.
This meant he had some freedom where he could work and be looked after, which should have been easy. But soon enough, Alex's behavior began to be a problem. Just 9 months into working with the farmer,
It's called juggling and it's
it's not
art.
clear what he did, but he was given a after. He then worked as a servant to a local constable for his next job. But again, 16 weeks later,
She's literally juggling them, and she's juggling them.
sheep farm. This was also where he met.
Yeah, she's juggling them. Well,
They even managed to stay free for 3 months before being sent back to prison.
okay. She is juggling them using
More eager to cause trouble.
actually juggling.
1821, he was given 50 lashes, confinement at night, and chain gang work for embezzling 2 turkeys and a duck. And he seemed to just continue this pattern, constantly going from easier jobs and then back to the chain gang. Eventually, this escalated.
Oh no.
Involved in robbery, he got arrested for
Who let the drunk on the field?
stealing, and several other offenses. After which, in November of the same year, he was given 6 months in a chain gang. During this time as well, Alex had also been forging order forms to get a hold of items, maybe for trade or to use himself. In March of 1822, this fraud was discovered, and he ran away with 6 other prisoners for a second time and managed to stay free for another 4 months. When he was finally captured and convicted, he had all of his freedoms and privileges taken away. But worst of all, Alex had finally done enough to be sent to the opposite side of the island. You see, up until then, Alex had been landing himself back in the prison in Hobart, which is the most populated area. This time, he was taken to the remote and
That drunk one might be a contender.
wouldn't be given another chance this time. At this point as well, he had 4 years left of his sentence.
I wonder what bracket she's on.
4 long years during the most brutal.
I wonder which bracket of fighters that she's on.
More lashes.
Hopefully not someone important.
Looks like this possibility was too much for Alex to bear, because only a month later he would attempt to escape again. But this time, things got a lot nastier. On September 20th, 1822, after arriving at the prison, Alex was one of several chain gang prisoners sent to the eastern shore of the harbor for a work assignment. Luckily for him, prior to his arrival, some other prisoners had been planning an escape attempt. It's not clear if Alex landed in the group by chance or if he found a way to work his way in, but either way, the men behind the scheme, Robert Greenham and Matthew Travers, had a long history. They'd known each other back in Ireland since before they were convicted, and they'd tried to escape once before by stealing a small boat. This time, the plan was to use the work assignment to escape. Their job would be to cut timber that would be sold in the local towns. That meant leaving the island and going to the mainland, having your irons removed so you could work safely, and each man would be given a potentially deadly weapon, which was an axe. Now, just as a warning, the details of what happened next come from 4 confessions, all probably but not definitely given by Alex. And although they don't wander too far from a single narrative, they do have crucial differences. Alex gave the first of these confessions shortly after being captured in 1822, and it's usually thought that he gave this confession to one of the local magistrates, Reverend Knopwood, who oversaw his trial. And this confession is a strange piece of writing, flipping from third person to first person and reading more like someone took an official statement about what happened and turned it into a confession they asked Alex to sign. According to this confession, on the way to their work assignment, as the boat got closer to the shore, the prisoners jumped out before the guard could stop them, ran toward a hut where the workers were stationed, and threatened them with their axes. Then they took all the food in the cabin, extinguished their fire.
Okay, what is their bracket?
Down the river. When they reached as far as Phillips Island, they landed across from it on the mainland, smashed their boat, and then hid the pieces. The men then headed in, carrying whatever they could toward a mountain. They arrived at the base around 3 p.m. and climbed over 2,500 feet toward it. And from there, they could see the whole bay and the prison, and they wondered if the prison could also see them, so they kept hidden away in the brush.
There she is.
By the time they reached the top,
So she's on the same bracket as Ramelia,
in the cold and damp weather.
as
They also
Toyohime,
took turns keeping watch for any search parties.
Dimitri,
In the morning, they carried on.
Nicola, Billy, Ichigo, Perfecti, Azteca, Willard,
Day 3 of the escape.
Yamato, Jack, Heavy D,
Terrible with non-stop rain and
Silver,
winds.
Toyota, Goro, Marisa, Ibigami, Urine,
And when they could see
Ingrid,
it was foggy and
Viper,
where they were going.
Schweppes,
On the plus side, Alex was sure they weren't
Beggar,
soon anymore, which
bacon,
somewhat relieved the tension, but they were hungry.
or
and getting
bacon.
hungrier. That night, they found a barren hill. At the
Ensburn,
top, they realized there were no
Whiteland,
trees ahead,
Yui,
just barren
Marie,
shrubland.
Yumi,
That meant there was nothing to eat
Chaos,
there. It was so empty they couldn't even find some
Lilica,
to catch and cook. They would eventually
and
and
she's a different sailor. I forgot what her actual sailor name is, but
on day 5,
codename Sailor V.
more torrential than ever, and they hardly got anywhere.
I think it's Venus.
Eventually, they found a spot with some
Is it
shelter and
Venus?
decided to camp for a while and hope the weather would pass. On day 7, the rain settled and the fog lifted, and they could make out a mountain in the distance known as Frenchman's Cap. Reaching it meant they were about 19
that's
miles
Venus.
from where they'd left the water.
Sailor Venus.
Then once they got to the mountains, the area wasn't as barren anymore, so they cut trees, built barriers for
I don't know. That's not.
On day 8, the weather was better again.
That's not looking good. The drunk might win.
It was impossible to make any progress. They decided the best
Wait,
way
who's at the very
was to
bottom?
take turns going ahead with an axe to cut a path. While doing this, to keep tabs on each other,
Minagi.
they call out from time to time, but at some point, somehow, 3 of the prisoners
Ushio.
disappeared.
No, not the bunny.
They might have been
Not the
lucky.
Usada.
The others were where they'd given up and were instead on their way back to let
Rip.
the guards know where they were to try to get some leniency for their escape attempt. So rather than go back,
Oh yeah, another fellow bunny.
they're
Too bad
stuck
she's
in
evil.
dense bushes. On day 10, the rain came down hard again, and the remaining 4 men were desperate to find any sign of people. Despite the weather, though, they crossed another set of mountains. Then they found a river on day 11 and camped beside it overnight. The next day, the men who could swim helped those who couldn't get over the river. By then as well, their shoes had worn out and walking was painful. They were also hungry, cold, and wet, and they began to slow down, managing only 4 or 5 miles on days 13 and 14. Then on day 15, they reached another larger river. Because they hadn't eaten for days, there was just no way they could cross. They didn't have the strength. This is when someone in the group had an idea. Alex claims, at least in his first confession, that the group came up with the idea together, but obviously someone must have suggested it first. What the group had decided was that it might be better to sacrifice one man so the others could survive by eating him. And apparently they were all so hungry and desperate that they decided this was a good idea. They then drew straws, and a man named Thomas.
This character looks kind of OP. I might have to look at see if they're.
Beg. He only asked to be allowed to pray and ask God for forgiveness for his crimes.
Might check out to see if this character actually is too broken.
Like what was about to happen. Alex claims that Robert then took his axe and struck Thomas in the head, instantly taking his life. And the reason Robert was chosen for this task was because, according to Alex, he was the only one of them who'd killed before. Then Robert took out his knife and removed the edible portions, but the others cooked on fire. And according to Alex once again, how easy all this seemed to be for Robert was unsettling and made the rest of them uncomfortable. Either way, for the next 8 days, they continued making their way.
She really is a busted, and she must.
But soon enough,
She
this
must
began to turn too. Eventually, they reached a valley with ferns
deal with
growing
the
inside.
Crocodile.
And one of the men, John Mathers, thought this might be a good food source. He scoured
Let's
the
put this
valley
for now.
the youngest roots he could.
And then we
managed to
start it.
get a fire going
We're
and
starting
boiled
it.
some
Let's
fruits.
go.
After letting it simmer for a while, he ate some of it, and these turned out to be incredible, and John began to heave and then threw up everything he'd eaten. And then, according to Alex, Robert struck John in the head with his axe. This somehow wasn't a fatal blow, and John then managed to wrest the axe
See.
from Robert's hands. Incredibly, John restrained himself, and instead of retaliating, only insisted that Robert shouldn't be allowed anywhere near the axe again, which was unanimously agreed to by the others. Later that day, John confided in Alex that he thought Robert and Matthew, given their prior history, would stick together and were just looking for the right moment to
Gotta make
attack
sure
him,
that.
and that he and Alex should
Well,
watch out
that's
for one
loading
another.
up. Let's see. Oh,
Finally, 2 days
okay.
later, maybe because he wanted to side himself with the strongest people in the group, a starving Alex decided that Robert and Matthew were the better chance of survival. One evening, one of the 3 of them pretended to be gathering
There they
wood
are.
and moved close to John. Then, before he could stop them, they pinned him to the ground.
Let's see if they're
with the axe,
broken.
And this time, they were successful. Afterward, Robert found excuses to justify what they'd done. He said they were probably close to a town, and he didn't think that John would have kept quiet about what had happened to Thomas. So not only did they have the strength to reach salvation thanks to the additional food, but they also saved themselves from the gallows. They all agreed with this sentiment, and with newfound strength, they carried on, although Alex, admittedly, was still a little bit worried about Robert. 4 days after they'd taken John's life, a venomous snake bit Matthew in the leg while they were walking. They didn't immediately know it was venomous until his leg swelled up, making it so painful to walk that he couldn't go any further. Matthew then told the others to go on without him because between the hunger and the worsening bite, he was sure his end was near. And he, like John, just wanted to pray and try to find forgiveness before he died, but Robert refused to go. Matthew was the only person Robert cared about, and he wasn't going to leave his friend to die. They would end up staying with him for 5 more
Got
days.
9,000 power.
He fed him, brought him water, and tried to make him comfortable, but Matthew was in severe pain and his condition was worsening. Alex, on the other hand, partly because he thought Matthew had no chance of surviving, but mainly because the food they had was running out, wanted to end Matthew's life. But Robert wouldn't even entertain the idea. This wasn't just some convict he'd managed to escape with. This is a man
Let's see if this one
all
works.
the way back in Ireland.
See if this helps. Otherwise,
On
gotta
day
find a
6
version of
after he'd been
her.
bitten, Robert decided they'd try to keep going and just take Matthew with them. But if the walk had been difficult before, it was nearly impossible with the extra weight. Later that day, Matthew fell asleep while they were taking a moment to rest, and while he was out, Alex again brought up whether it was right to keep Matthew alive. While they discussed this, Matthew woke up for a second from the excruciating pain in his leg. He screamed out in agony for a moment and then fell unconscious again. And this was finally enough to convince Robert, and he could no longer leave his friend in that much pain. One of them then took the axe and finished him off. Afterward, as with the others, they made a fire and ate some of their new food and stayed in the spot for a couple days to regain their strength. 3 days later, they made their way up a ridge of some mountains to see if they could see any sign of people. They were sure there had to be some settlement somewhere, but they were wrong. There was nothing but more plains. It was just an endless expanse without a single town or road in sight. But then they spotted what they thought might be a path made by livestock. They went toward it, but unfortunately, when they got closer, it was clearly a natural formation in the landscape. Over this period of time, Alex was increasingly suspicious of Robert. With their food gone, it seemed like it might only be a matter of time. Because of this, at night, Alex positioned himself in such a way that if Robert came for him, he'd hear him coming. And it was a good job he did. Half asleep one night, he heard the axe being lifted off the ground. Alex then pretended to wake up, and Robert backed off, but his intentions were abundantly clear. From that point on, Alex knew he had to get over the axe. It was him or Robert. The problem was that Robert kept it close to him during the day and slept with it under his head at night, making it hard to get to. But eventually, one night, Alex managed to creep over.
Oh, she's not doing much damage anymore.
The axe out from under his head before using it on him.
He just does a lot of attacks.
And Alex was on his own. Alex then took some rations and continued his walk across the plains. Sometime between November 8th and 15th, so a minimum of 49 days since they escaped, Alex stumbled across a flock of sheep. By sheer luck, this was the farm of the shepherd he was taken in by while working as a laborer months ago. The shepherd didn't even recognize him at all. He was filthy, his beard was long, his clothes
I see, hermos that don't cost nothing.
and he was so thin he looked like a skeleton. But after a short confrontation, the man realized he was out and offered to
Yay,
help him.
guess who has to
After 5 days of
modify
escape, Alex
them?
thanked the shepherd and then stocked with supplies, made his way down the road to another man he knew in the area. He built this man's hut 6 months earlier while still a prisoner. This man was part of a small enterprise, and he invited Alex to join him. Alex then spent the next 2 months working with him as a bushranger, which was really just a clever name for a sheep stealer. And then because of this, he was arrested on January 18th, 1823 near Jericho. By then, he'd been on the run for 113 days, and he made it almost the entire distance across the island. So that is the first version of the events. Alex's second version might not have even come from him. It's claimed he made this confession while he was in the prison hospital after he'd been captured and sent back. And he apparently told this story to one of the prison officials, and it was written in the prison's record books. Unfortunately, those are likely lost to time, so all we have are 2 slightly different sources, both of which come from minutes of a deposition given to the British House of Commons by an assistant surgeon who claims to have been there when Alex confessed. In this second story, Robert is the villain right from the beginning. In this version, a different man was the first to be killed after Robert suggested him because the man had supposedly volunteered to be one of the prisoner floggers.
Do they not just like
In this
add
version
any
as well,
power
Robert
ads?
introduced the subject of cannibalism. He claimed he'd seen it done before and it tasted like pork. Another key difference in this version is that Robert had no issue killing Matthew. It was even Robert who told Alex to do it. Now, whether this was a genuine confession or not, the author, whoever it was trying to put as much blame on Robert as possible. Then, a third confession supposedly took place while Alex was going to be executed. The jailkeeper was said to be the one who Alex told this new version of events. This time, it's less harsh on Robert again. Like in the original confession, the first death was a group decision. Straws were drawn, and Thomas was the first to go. But Matthew, not Robert, is the one who took his life. John was also killed after drawing a sword, but he wasn't ambushed like in the original version. Then, like the second confession as well, Robert suggested Alex finish Matthew off to end his suffering. In this version, it seems more like a mercy killing than an act of evil. Either way, Alex Alex confessed, or so it seems, a fourth and final time. This final confession was one that a reverend delivered to the crowd at Alex's execution. The reverend claimed he'd just gotten the version from Alex moments earlier, so Alex had no reason to lie. And during this, Alex also confessed to another crime. In this final version, Thomas was the first to die, but it was told as if he didn't have much choice. The group apparently ganged up on him, and after it was done, they were all forced to eat some so that none of them could claim to be innocent. And the rest of this confession is more or less similar to the first confession. The truth is probably somewhere in between, and especially difficult to discern given how long ago it was and the available information. However, the story isn't over, and this next part may change your mind about which version of the events you think is most likely. This is because it wasn't that first escape attempt that led Alex to the gallows. After being captured, Alex was sent back to
ブーバブーバブーバブーバブーバブーバブーバブーバブーバブーバブーバブーバ
Still, he set
Oh
up
no,
a
it's a
machine
it's a
for
Kiara
machine
pyon.
guns. He had the same job as before, chopping wood on the mainland, but this time his ankle hadn't stayed firmly on, and he was attached to another man. On November 13th, 1823, he was sent to work on shore and chained to another man.
What are you doing this
He
late,
usually
pyon?
shared his leg arm with Thomas, and despite being linked together, Thomas was eager for them to escape. According to Alex, Thomas knew he'd managed to escape once, so he constantly begged him to run away with him, and Alex refused. Then, when Thomas showed Alex he'd smuggled some fish hooks, a knife, and some burnt rags for lighting fires out of the jail, Alex decided it was time to make another attempt. When their guard was out of sight for a brief moment, the two ran for it, each carrying their axes. They then spent 3 days wandering around the area, reaching a river known as King's River on the 16th. At that point, they were roughly 10 miles from where they'd run. Soldiers were also out looking for them this time, so they waited for 3 days hiding in the woods. Then at some point, some sort of argument took place. They were
Dashing
hungry and
match.
hadn't made much ground, and the argument made Alex so angry that he decided to take Thomas's life. Then, once again, he ate his companion. As you might have noticed, this was becoming almost a habit. He stayed there for the rest of the day and that night before deciding to simply go back
Oh,
to turn himself.
god dang.
This was his second escape from Sarah Island and his fourth escape attempt overall, and it would also be his last escape. Alex was convicted of the murder of Thomas and hanged at 9
I'm trying to make all her moves be like costs
Afterward, he was taken
like
away
a good chunk of like a
some
meter.
physical reason for why he'd become a cannibal. His skull was eventually bought by an American phrenologist, Dr. Samuel George Morgan, whose certainly lumps and bumps would explain why he did what he did.
MHMM
His skull is now at the Pennsylvania Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology.
Cause yeah, she looks
So
pretty
after comparing
oof.
Which version seems more likely? Was Alex hiding something deep within him that drew out a cannibalistic tendency, or was it just a coincidence? Was cannibalism just a means to survive on both occasions? I'd be curious to hear your thoughts down in the comments. If you have a story suggestion, feel free to submit it to the form found in the description, and hopefully I will see you in the next one.
Boston, 1765. Lately, life in the colonies has been relatively tranquil. Certainly it has for Thomas Hutchinson. A fifth-generation Bostonian, Hutchinson has enjoyed good fortune and political success. The king has appointed him Chief Justice and Lieutenant Governor of Massachusetts. For years, Thomas Hutchinson has been one of the colony's most admired citizens. Until now. Hutchinson's life is about to take a dramatic and ugly turn. An angry mob is surging through Boston. Hutchinson is about to find out that he's the man they're after.
Places you go,
He's the man in charge of
you had a bunch of life ads and everything.
colonies.
You're not getting those no more.
Tax policies that have incited an increasingly violent rebellion among the people. A rebellion against a tax imposed not by their own local representatives, but by Parliament 3,000 miles away in England. Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson is duty-bound to enforce this controversial new tax. Though he personally opposes it, he is being denounced as a traitor. Massachusetts has never seen a mob as violent.
But yeah, I have like almost I'm getting close to 100 characters, Kiara.
They're not
So
just angry about the money. They're angry
slowly but
about
surely.
their autonomy
we will have the
お
journey
う
slowly but surely. I mean, look at all these characters. It looks like I'm a little bit. It looks like I'm like halfway done.
超オフマリナ FRRFRR
will ignite a social revolution unlike any the world has ever seen.
Let's see here. Yeah, go up to the general.
Across the Atlantic, England's King George III is losing his patience. His colonies are acting like petulant children. These are his subjects, Englishmen, born in America, but Englishmen just the same.
Why you want them in the game, Pyon? I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be super. For me, they look kind of. The sprite looks kind of dorky, like or not dorky, but like jagged.
The war went on for 7 years.
She's really trying to hit general. It's not working.
Money it now desperately needs.
There's a sense of apathy that very well its way. Expenses, technical,
He dodged all her
ダン
attacks.
XP
Parliament's solution is unprecedented. The Stamp Act of 1765 directly taxes colonies by having them pay for stamps that must be affixed to virtually every piece of paper they touch.
He timed her out.
From official documents,
The general timed her out.
it goes badly from the start. The colonists resent not only paying the tax, but also having it imposed by a faraway parliament where no one represents them. Though the crown appoints colonial governors and high officials, each colony is long accustomed to ruling itself and levying its own taxes.
Is he gonna time her out again?
150 years of being colonists, they had in a sense created a nation within the British Empire. They had free assemblies, democratically elected. They had free and independent and very good newspapers. They had their own tax system.
It wasn't just paying a little bit of money. The notion was that other people were making them pay money. So it's an emotional issue. Who's in control here? We want to control our own lives, which includes, of course, our own pocketbooks.
In 1765, a new generation of colonists is rushing headlong down an uncharted path to an unknown end. The Stamp Act is what starts.
プロイズジャストシュモビン
Much of the spirit, if not the exact words, is don't you see what they're up to? Don't you see what's going on? There's a strategy at work here to gradually erode American liberties.
Yeah, it's like she can't even touch him.
Let them do this. What will they try to do next?
She touched him.
For the British, the tax isn't about eroding liberties, it's about money. Stoking the colonial reaction is a powerful underground movement known as the Sons of Liberty. They meet
ヒートライングツハンプハーゲットヒムオフザコー
come
ト
up with every tactic they can to keep government officials from collecting England's tax.
People really started forming alliances.
I mean, she looks pretty evil. I'm pretty sure, she deserves it. Right?
Figuring out ways to all work toward the common cause, which is to repeal the Stamp Act.
Soon enough, things
TFFFF
intimidation.
He literally fucking timed her out.
Those who remain loyal to the
he,
king know that
he knew exactly what he was doing. He was timing her out. He was timing her out.
self-anointed patriots.
And that's some brutal. That's a brutal tactic he did on there for her.
This is a great way to humiliate people. First, you're stripped naked. The bucket of tar is heated, and you're coated with tar. And then they put these feathers, these goose feathers, all over you, and you're all hot, and you're prancing about like a silly goose. After a display like this, how is this person going to publicly oppose the
This
patriotism?
character, if this character is so broken after all that, I might just have to give them the cruise treatment.
Come in and smash his printing press, while they are also proclaiming free speech as a principle to fight for. That's the nature of war and the nature of revolution.
While the angry rabble takes to the streets, men of property and education used printing presses and politics to denounce the Stamp Act tax. One of the most outspoken is 29-year-old John Adams,
Let's see
bright,
here.
ambitious attorney who brings logic and intellect to this very emotional argument. He drafts anti-tax resolutions for some 40 Massachusetts assemblies.
We have always understood it to be a grand and fundamental principle of the English Constitution that no free man should be subject to any tax to which he has not given his own consent. John Adams.
Adams has always envisioned great things for himself, and the cause of liberty presents the opportunity of a lifetime. His wife, Abigail, is his trusted confidant and partner in all things, great and small.
Oh, if he can't be grabbed.
Underestimate the importance of Abigail Adams. I mean, not only is she more than an equal partner to her husband, but she comes to this contest with really perfectly formed ideas about which she feels passionately.
Okay, you know what happens when you're too
One
OP.
day, these two will be counted among the founders of a new nation. For now, John Adams is one of many voices of protest in a Stamp Act rebellion that engulfs all 13 colonies.
Where is she?
A fiery young legislator named Patrick Henry ups the ante.
Resolved that the inhabitants of this colony are not bound to yield obedience to any law or ordinance designed to impose any taxation whatsoever other than the laws of their own General Assembly. Patrick Henry.
In other words, no taxation without representation. Henry's
Okay,
vision
guys, you know what happens when a character's too strong. Character gets too strong. Oh man, wait a minute. Why am I listening? You see, yes, I would watch documentaries, but no. Or I will listen to documentaries, but not right now. Nah, I'm not trying to bore you guys to death. What's this?
PFFF I like documentaries.
Oh, here we go. Hey guys, Juko is gonna get. Juko is gonna get. Coco Diode. Have fun with No Mercy. He did it again. No, Crocodile couldn't do it. I had to help out the Crocodile. They literally have an ability where they can't get hurt. Anyway. He's in the forbidden folder now. Yeah, Jinko. But forbidden. And okay, back with some mystery.
Fate is defined as the development of events beyond a person's control. And I think you'll see from the people in today's video that no matter how hard you try or how good your decisions are, ultimately, your fate isn't yours to decide. As always, viewer discretion is advised. On April 13th, 2011, in Bowling Green, Kentucky, a woman named Ashley heard a car pull up in front of her driveway and the engine shut off. She looked out the window and noticed that the car belonged to a friend of hers, 33-year-old Kathy Michelle Coy. After noticing that Kathy hadn't gotten out of the car, Ashley opened her front door, walked to Kathy's car, and looked in the window to say hello. When she looked inside, she saw Kathy sitting in the driver's seat and holding a newborn baby boy. Looking closer, Ashley suddenly registered that Kathy was also naked from the waist down with spots of blood all over the seat. Ashley flung the door open to check on Kathy and the newborn baby cradled in Kathy's arms. Then when she took her friend by the arm to help her out of the driver's seat, her shock quickly turned to alarm when she noticed bloody clumps of flesh on the car seat. Not having much medical knowledge, she wasn't quite sure exactly what she was looking at, but it seemed as though the birth hadn't been a smooth one. In fact, it looked to be the exact opposite. From what she could see, they both required immediate medical attention. So shortly after arriving at her home, Ashley drove Kathy to Bowling Green Medical Center and rushed her into an emergency room around 6 p.m. When she got to the hospital though, things would take an extreme turn. It didn't take long for doctors looking after Kathy to become alarmed by her story and the circumstances of her birth. The most alarming part though was the fact that doctors noticed that Kathy brought in a uterus, ovaries, and a placenta still attached to the baby from the umbilical cord. The obstetrician knew right away that Kathy could not have given birth to this days-old newborn she was holding in her arms. Then, instead of giving her medical attention like they would a normal birth, the hospital staff called the Kentucky State Police. 3 weeks before Kathy was rushed to the hospital, she had befriended 2 other women who were recommended to her by Facebook. From their pictures, it was obvious the women were pregnant, so Kathy reached out to them to try to get to know them. In one of her initial messages, she said to one of them, "How are you? I hear you're going to be a mom." Then, after talking to them further, Kathy found out that one of the pregnant women and her sister were close to being evicted from their home. Kathy then told the woman that she worked for an organization that could assist her in getting baby clothes and financial assistance. Eventually, after talking some more, one of these women agreed to meet up so they could build an in-person friendship. Then, a day or so after the 2 women met up, the Kentucky State Police received a report of a missing pregnant woman. Only a couple days after that report had been filed, Kathy arrived at the hospital under suspicious circumstances. Circumstances that indicated that something very bad had happened to someone. Even though Kathy already had 2 children from 2 separate relationships, a recent miscarriage triggered something dark to awaken within her. She became obsessed with giving birth and having a child and motherhood and the whole process. Over time, this obsession grew and she started to come up with a sinister plan. This started with her telling anyone who would listen that she was pregnant again after her miscarriage. After a few months of this, she felt enough time had passed to be credible, so she befriended the 2 women on Facebook with the sole intent of taking one of their babies by any means necessary. Kathy then learned as much as she could
Wow,
about the pregnant
really?
woman until she zeroed in on the one she viewed as the easiest to get closest to. Her strategy was simple: offer the women life-changing opportunities that a single mother down on her luck couldn't resist. Eventually, Kathy convinced one of these women, a 21-year-old named Jamie Stice, to come with her to buy baby clothes and other supplies for her newborn child. But then, instead of driving her to stores to get the supplies, Kathy drove her to
why
a wooded
though?
area. She then used a stun gun to incapacitate Jamie before tying her up for the final and most brutal part of her plan. She then cut Jamie's wrists and throat and proceeded to open up Jamie's stomach and literally steal her baby from her body. During this horrifying incident, Kathy accidentally pulled Jamie's uterus and ovaries out at the same
Really?
time as the
That
baby.
why
As terrible
did
as this
you
was, this would at least help doctors and police to catch Kathy.
why is she doing
had
all this
inadvertently
to
brought
get
part of her crime
responsibility?
with her after she left Jamie to die in the woods. Kathy was eventually arrested by the Kentucky State Police the same night she arrived at the hospital and charged with first-degree murder and kidnapping of a minor. Initially, in an interrogation, Kathy continued to claim that she gave birth to Jamie's baby. Then, after several hours of being grilled by detectives, she changed her story, claiming that she had bought the newborn from her friend Ashley for $550. So immediately, she tried to throw her long-term friend under the bus as well. Once Kathy realized the investigators weren't going to buy into her claims, she agreed to take them to Jamie's body. It would be one of the most grisly discoveries the police officers would ever see. It turned out that Kathy had killed her in a wooded area off Route 68, approximately 16 miles from the hospital. Over a year and a half later, she was sentenced to life in prison without parole on February 28, 2012, despite Jamie's family wanting the death penalty. In March of 1962, a family of 5.
Oh yeah,
moved to a new
try to get a death
In their
penalty
family
on a
was the
woman.
mother,
That's
their 5 months
extremely
pregnant
hard.
wife,
So
their 10-year-old son, their 2-year-old daughter, and their grandmother. When they first moved in, everything was going great and the family was living happily. But then not long after moving in, the 10-year-old boy began to display flu-like symptoms, but these symptoms were much more severe than a typical flu. Initially, none of the adults linked the boy's illness to a metallic capsule he had been playing with for several days. It's unclear where the capsule or the container it was in came from, but it seems to have been inside the home when the family moved in. One thing is for certain though, none of the adults in the home knew that the container and the metallic capsule inside contained certain death for all of them. Even worse, medical professionals at the time knew little to nothing about some of the boy's symptoms. And were
but
just as
fine,
confused as the
Kira,
parents.
I'll look
And
up
because of
that
what happened to
I'll
each
look up
family
that
one by one, on top of the fact that they had no idea why they were sick,
that
it's unclear
character.
who opened the
I'll
container
look the
with the capsules and
character.
when it was opened in the first place. However, it's thought that it was likely opened by the son between the end of March and the start of April. When he opened the box and found the shiny capsule inside, he did what any young boy would do, and he played
Well, watch
with it, and then
watch
when
him be
not
super
pregnant, he
mid.
kept it in his pants pocket. The capsule itself was a little
Actually,
shiny metallic
no, imagine them,
several
they're not
millimeters
even
long and
mid.
several millimeters in diameter. At some point, the boy misplaced the capsule, and then a few days or so later, he found it lying in either the family's front yard or backyard and brought it back inside the home. The mother might have been doing laundry and found the capsule in her son's pants pockets, and for some reason, she decided to store it inside one of the kitchen cabinets where the dishes were kept. After a few days, she noticed that something weird was happening to all the glassware
気づい
inside the
とス
cupboard.
クイドがあ
All
る
of the glass cups and dishes
Yeah.
start to blacken like they were being burned. But as weird as that was, she didn't link her place in the capsule inside the cabinet with them turning black soon
I think
after.
she's the
A
only
few weeks
one
later, in mid-April, the
that
10-year-old boy
that
started
got
complaining of feeling
Yugen.
sick. It started out as a light fever, along with feeling tired and nauseous.
It
and
seems
not
like she's
long
the
after
only
that,
one that got a
those symptoms
Mugen,
were accompanied
so
by vomiting and diarrhea. It seemed like he had contracted the flu, but in addition to that, there was a weird burn-like lesion on his thigh, the part of his thigh where his pants pocket was located. With how sick he was, his mom tried to get him to eat, but his appetite was completely gone. At the time, still not linking his illness to this strange capsule, his mom thought that this was just a normal stomach flu or food poisoning. She probably thought that with a little rest and recovery, her son would be up and running again in a few days. But then around this time as well, she and the other family members started to experience similar but less severe symptoms. The boy's mother, like all mothers, probably figured a bug was making its rounds in Mexico City. With her son being in school and constantly bringing home sicknesses at different times of the year, this wasn't an abnormal occurrence. But then after a couple of weeks, the boy's condition didn't get better, it got worse. No matter what the parents did, their son's health continued on a downward spiral. Finally, on April 16th, his parents admitted him to the hospital for treatment, where doctors administered antibiotics, vitamins, topical treatments, and intravenous fluids. Unfortunately, these had no effect. Within a few weeks, the boy's condition worsened to the point that he was hyperventilating, he was having bloody diarrhea, and his temperature was 105 Fahrenheit or 40 Celsius.
Is she dodging in the
Then,
air?
tragically and unexpectedly, on April 29th, their son passed away. Along with the obviously devastating loss of
I think
their
she
son,
is,
the
yeah.
entire family also started to notice their own symptoms worsening. None of them were getting better, and with one child already dead and the entire family becoming gradually worse, panic started to set in. None of the tests doctors ran revealed the source of the illness. That's because it wasn't a virus or disease that was inflicting them. What they had isn't even considered an illness, but rather a syndrome. And the reason the doctors couldn't figure out what the illness was is that the family was suffering from acute radiation poisoning. The shiny capsule the boy had been playing with was a synthetic radioactive isotope.
Wait a
cobalt
minute,
called
did she
cobalt-60, which is
strip like that one
artificially
did?
in nuclear reactors. This is the same radioactive capsule his mother accidentally placed into the cabinet with the drinking glasses, dinner plates, bowls, and other dishes. Despite its small size, the cobalt-60 and the other radioactive source material within the capsule were lethal. How lethal radiation is generally depends on things like the length of
Death by
exposure,
jelly
the distance
beans.
of exposure, and the number of times exposed. And in most cases,
I don't know if that was
particularly
Asagi
during
or her
accidents
that
involving
like
reactors,
with the jelly
amount of
beans.
absorbed radiation causes victims to die within minutes. Although cobalt-60 is less radioactive than other common radioactive materials, the boy's long-term exposure resulted in him being exposed to a huge amount of radiation over time. Despite how harmless that little capsule seemed, both the exterior of it and the container it was originally stored in were made of lead to prevent anyone from being exposed to
Wait a
that
minute.
radiation.
Asagi
The exterior
can
layer
summon
was
an
not
actual
intended to protect
army,
entirely, though. That's
while
why it was
the
stored in
other
an
girl could
additional
summon an
container.
army of frogs.
Because
So
it
they
had
could
been
just keep on
removed without
spamming the
knowing,
armies.
The entire family's fate had been sealed. Around the time the son was first
What
admitted
is
to the
Asagi
his
doing?
mother began suffering from anorexia, nausea, and vomiting. Gradually, her condition
She's
worsened
spinning,
until
she's
she was
spinning
admitted
now.
to the same hospital. Sadly, his mother, along with her unborn child, passed away on July 19th while suffering the same symptoms. The dose of radiation she had received
She
wasn't as
transformed
much as
into a
what her son had
penny.
received, but it was still enough to be fatal. After her death, the medical staff
OMG.
started to become alarmed. They still didn't know the cause of the illness, and if it was a virus, the National Institute of Public Health of Mexico needed to be notified right away. With 2 people sick that they were aware of and 2 deaths, this could have been a potentially serious outbreak. Then, despite
didn't know
all
that
the
it
horrible
was-
odds, the situation was still far from
Exploded.
over. Even more tragically, 4 weeks and 2 days later,
She could take
on
off the
August
suit
18th,
fast
the
enough.
family's 2-year-old daughter passed away. Then, the grandmother passed away nearly 2 months after that on October 15th. The only member of the family who would survive was the father. It's thought that he survived because he left the house daily for work. That time away from home caused him to receive less radiation than the others and ultimately saved his life. It wasn't until later that a thorough search of the home finally discovered the source of the family sickness, but by then, it was already too late. About halfway between the farthest north point of Europe and the North Pole is a series of islands known as Svalbard, located in the Arctic Ocean. And if there was land directly at the North Pole instead of floating ice, it would probably look exactly what Svalbard looks like. Because of how far north it is, the majority of the landmass is covered in ice, and there's almost no vegetation. The average daily high in the summer is just 44
I
Fahrenheit
don't
or
know,
7 Celsius,
Krovin,
resulting
Asagi.
in much of the
I think
landmass
she has a
being covered in
good.
glaciers,
I
which
think
is
Asagi
also
has some
due to the fact that
competition.
The islands are mostly mountainous. Because of how hostile the
Yuki.
environment is and how few resources there are,
I mean, I'll be
the islands
moving
have a
her.
population of just 2,500 people,
Tora,
close to the size of
June,
Scotland.
Cliff.
The bulk of these residents live in just 2 towns. One is a small coal mining town, and the
Oh,
other
yeah,
houses
yeah,
public
yeah,
research
Aurora.
facilities for 11
Yeah,
different
she's a pretty tough
Again,
one.
because location, it provides researchers with unique access to a natural polar laboratory. Another unique feature of Svalbard is that it's estimated that around 3,000 or a quarter of the world's entire population of polar bears inhabit the islands and the nearby area. This means that there are actually more polar bears in this area than there are people on the islands.
Actually, you know what?
These polar bears hunt
This
along
one,
the edge of the
besides
ice most of the
Whis,
year, but later all of the adult
everybody else is
females build
pretty
their dens
meh.
on either Svalbard
So I'm
or
pretty sure he
another
might have a
nearby
chance.
Russian archipelago. Because of
Yeah,
this,
to
the
finals.
likelihood of humans coming into contact with polar bears in Svalbard is higher than almost anywhere on Earth,
Oh,
especially in less
time to
populated
restart it.
areas. For
Let's
this
go.
reason, the Norwegian government has included requirements in its camping regulations requiring campers to have several different ways of frightening and chasing off polar bears. For example, campers have to have flare guns and flare pens equipped with thunder flashes, signal cartridges, or sirens. Not only that, but the flares should be stored in such a way that they're readily accessible. For anyone wanting to camp in more desolate areas, the Norwegian government requires even more drastic measures that include a polar bear watch routine, guard dogs, or tripwires. This might seem like overkill, but these measures are totally necessary because polar bears are some of the most aggressive, curious, and dangerous species of bear. Thankfully though, due to how uninhabited the environments are that polar bears live in, attacks are still exceedingly rare. In fact, between 1870 and 2014, there have only been 73 documented attacks, with just 20 of those being fatal. So, despite the obviously harsh environment and dangers posed by polar bears, explorers still come to the islands for an adventure that you can't get almost anywhere else
Oh
on
no,
Earth.
it's there. Just
Starting in the 1930s, the British School Exploring Society was
there
authorized
she
to bring students
is,
to the area
the
to give them a
squid
sense of
thing.
adventure and teach
Oh
them
no,
appreciation
octopus.
for the Arctic
She's
wilderness.
an octopus. Forgot about that.
Unfortunately, in August of 2011, 81 years since the expeditions had started, one of them would end tragically.
5月
Leading up to this instant, the leaders of the expedition always assured parents that there were a series of safety measures in place, but it seems like some of these
spoon?
safety
What the
measures were
hell?
either ignored, altered, or not adequate. And this was unfortunate because the expedition had a more or less spotless reputation. There really was no reason not to trust the organizers and their precautions. For example,
I knew
one
it.
of the expedition leaders
Oh,
brought along a
God.
rifle that fired ammunition thought to be sufficient to deter a polar bear attack, if not outright kill it. And while the rifle was 80 years old, it was assumed to be in good enough shape to serve its purpose.
Burn it.
In addition to that, since the group wasn't
Burn
camping
it.
outside of land use
No,
planning areas, they
don't-
weren't
don't
required
let
to
them win,
establish
just-
a polar bear watch at night.
It's so bad.
Instead, the expedition built a literal electrified fence around the campsite to prevent polar bears from entering while they slept in their tents. Then, to ensure none of the explorers accidentally shocked themselves, the electric fence was put up each night and taken down each morning. Crucially, this electric fence was designed to be set up in the shape of a square. Brass fittings were supposedly included in the kit with the purpose of attaching the wire to the fence posts. But as the group set up the fence the first time, they discovered
They
that
just
they
fucking
didn't have enough
photoshopped
brass
a
fittings
brush.
in a square shape. The leaders of the expedition instructed the boys to set up a
Fucking
triangle
yeah,
shape around the fence
they
instead.
photoshopped an
Then,
octopus.
instead of using the
Oh, I was
designated brass
thinking
fittings,
of
the students
one
used
other
paper clips to secure
special.
the wire to the posts. The expedition also brought the necessary flares along with a signaling device, but then for some reason, the expedition leadership didn't teach all of the members of the expedition how to use them. This series of missteps would ultimately end in disaster. On the 4th of August, one of the students, 18-year-old Horatio, found a set of adult polar bear paw prints right near the camp's boundary. Not realizing the danger this posed, rather than being anxious about finding these prints, the students were excited and took a bunch of pictures of the prints. As far as they were concerned, they had a bunch of safety measures in place. The leaders of the expedition, on the other hand, though, realized the danger and discussed setting up a bear watch overnight. Then, after talking about it, the trip leaders worried more about freaking the students out and having them stand out in the cold overnight. One of the expedition leads even recalled how he had fallen asleep during the bear watch when he was just a student, further supporting the decision
I
not to
know.
have the students stand watch. So in the end, that night, the entire camp hit their tents, anticipating a good night's rest. The students trusted the adults and snuggled up into their sleeping bags. Just like the day before, as they waited to fall asleep, they were probably excited about the next day's adventures. As I'm sure you're expecting by now, the following
Did she
morning,
throw a
about
fucking eagle at
7:30,
that one?
the polar bear returned and snuck into their camp. As it approached, it knocked down one of the paperclip secured posts, and the electric current either had little to no effect. on the
I think she just threw an
bear.
eagle.
It's possible that the way it was built is the reason it had no effect. As it walked through the quiet campground, it eventually made its way to the tent of Scott.
Ooh, the juggles. The juggles. Oh
The
no.
3 boys awoke to their tent shaking violently. In their inexperience, and likely still trying to shake their grogginess, Scott initially assumed that one of the expedition leaders was shaking their tent to wake them. Within seconds, though, he realized that it wasn't one of the group leaders. It was something much bigger. As he sat up,
Oh
the
no.
polar
She
bear
she
pressed
could
down on
rap.
top of the
She could
tent,
rap like
causing it to
porno.
move inward. The huge animal's 5 sharp claws sliced through the tent like nothing. By then, the other 2 students had woken up.
Damn,
and
that's
saw
a close
what was
battle.
happening. Immediately, they realized they needed to get out of the tent.
Okay.
Before they could do anything, the bear swiped at Scott's head and back. Its nearly 4-inch
Yeah,
claws
yeah,
sliced
no.
into his skin even more easily than they did the cloth of the
That's
tent.
a
But each time
that's a
it swiped, it
negatory,
left
Kira.
large gashes in his flesh. As painful and as terrible as that
There has to be
sounds,
some quality
Scott
to the
was one of
character.
lucky ones. During the attack on Scott,
I mean, that, you know,
Patrick
the
sat up or tried to move out of the
effort
way,
effort
but this
put into
attracted
it.
the bear's attention, and then the
Effort
bear
has been
started
put into it.
viciously
It's not.
attacking
It's
him.
not.
He curled into the fetal
AXD.
position, but because of how powerful
It doesn't
the polar
fit.
bear is, with just a
You
few
know,
strikes,
Kira,
it
you already
actually
know.
fractured his
It doesn't
skull.
fit.
Horatio, meanwhile,
It needs to
tried to
fit.
make his way towards the tent's entrance and
Yay.
nearly escaped, but just before he was out the door, the bear turned toward him and pounced on him. Scott and Patrick suffered critical, possibly life-threatening injuries just from being swatted by the bear's paws, but Horatio's fate was sealed once it started thrashing his body around. The polar bear transitioned between slamming him against the rocks and pressing its full weight on top of him, and once he'd gone limp, the bear started chewing on his neck.
I think there is one of that
Horrifyingly,
one.
polar bears have one of the
Yeah,
strongest
there's
bite
Ika.
forces of any land animal.
Yep,
Even
she-
worse,
that's-
polar
she's
bear
a
attacks
character,
tend to get
Krobin.
worse as they continue. In combination with immense biting pressure and incisors nearly half as long as its claws, the animal pulled and twisted Horatio's neck in all sorts of horrible positions. Soon after that, it started in on his face and head. In a matter of seconds, it had fractured and crushed multiple bones in his torso and his head, and its claws and teeth sliced and ripped off significant portions of his flesh. If by some miracle he had survived, he would have suffered permanent, debilitating injuries along with brain
XD.
damage. The attack eventually came to an end after the polar bear crushed Horatio's skull. As this was happening, Patrick quickly returned to whatever was left of the tent and concealed himself under some blankets. During this as well, other students were awoken by the growling sounds of the bear, along with Horatio's blood-curdling screams. Terrified by the sound of their fellow student being eaten alive, they carefully peeked their heads out of their tents. In that short time, the polar bear abandoned Horatio's lifeless body and started chasing around another group member. All that the students could hear was the heaviness of the bear's strides and the loud
リ
crunching
ー
of
ドン
snow
と
on
ニード
its
ザット
paws.
スクイドガール
Finally,
We
the
have a
expedition
squid
lead
guard
readied his
at the
rifle,
home.
aimed it at the bear, and pulled
Yeah,
the
an
trigger,
actual
but
anime
it
one.
didn't fire. Students then watched as the leader pulled the bolt back of the rifle and ejected the malfunctioning cartridge.
I'm pretty
After
sure
repeating
you
this several
remember.
times, the bear seemed to notice him and
I'm
started
pretty sure,
walking towards
Kira, you
him.
remember.
It then smacked him to the ground and immediately started chewing on his head. Despite this enormous pressure on his skull, he
This
reached up and tried to
one.
gouge the bear's eyes out. Unfortunately, either because of the attack or because of the polar bear's special third eyelid, it didn't have any effect on the bear. Just then, another of the leaders risked his
Actual
life
squid
by running
girl.
up to the bear and yelling at it. He threw rocks at the bear's head, provoking it to chase him around the campsite, but once it caught up to him, it swatted him with its paw and slammed him to the ground as well. The bear then placed a paw on each of the leader's shoulders, leaned its head down until it nearly touched his face, and then stared him down. After a few seconds of this, the bear slashed his face open with his claws.
I'm
and
still
tried to chew on
surprised
his
though
head as
that
well.
Nintendo did do
At
that
some point during
collab.
this, the other leader, despite his injuries, managed to get up and reload the rifle. Using one of the cartridges that misfired earlier, he reloaded, placed the bear in the rifle sights, and pulled the trigger. This time, the weapon fired, and the polar bear was killed almost
They knew what they were
instantly,
doing.
finally putting an end to the rampage. Later, a necropsy on the bear revealed that it was approximately 24 years old, which is close to the upper end of what a polar bear can live in the wild. This meant that it was close to the end of its life. Along with being older, it was also emaciated and severely malnourished, its teeth were rotten, and its jaw was very infected. It's thought that the reason it attacked was because of how hungry it was at the time. Tragically, within just those few minutes, Horatio died from massive injuries to the
you know,
face,
Kira,
head,
you
and
have a
neck.
squid.
The leader suffered similar but
No,
survivable
you have
injuries to his neck and
some
upper back.
squid
Scott suffered deep
representation in this
lacerations to his
tournament.
face and upper body, while
Ika,
Patrick suffered a
like
fractured
he's
skull. The leader who managed to divert the bear's
Ika's
attention
here.
also suffered a fractured skull. A formal inquiry was convened, and the parents of the victims tried to
Hell
hold
yeah,
the
I
expedition
enjoyed
liable, but
seeing
eventually they
that
were cleared
one.
of any wrongdoing. Hello everyone, and welcome to Scary Interesting. If you have a story suggestion, feel free to submit that to the email found in the description, or to the Scary Interesting subreddit. Thank you again for watching, and hopefully I will see you in the next one. If you've ever played
I wasn't even paying
a
attention
game
to
on
it.
the
I
telephone,
wasn't
you
even
know
paying
how
attention
impossible
to
it
his.
seems. A
Bravo.
simple message can get so
His video.
confused in just the course of a few people. Now imagine what can happen when the details of already strange and confusing
Let's see. Let's put her down here somewhere.
over the course of decades. So, in this video, we're going to
Blank,
look
blank,
at some
blank.
of
Is
the
there
most
has to be a blank here
confusing
somewhere, I
disappearances
think.
in history. As
There it
always,
is.
viewer discretion is advised.
Boop and boop. And let's start it.
On April 24th, 1856, Joseph and George were about to enjoy a meal with their father, Samuel, in the family's modest cabin about 50 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. Their mother, Susanna, was there too, but she was attending to chores while the boys ate. As
Yeah,
Samuel
the
and
more
his sons were
characters,
about to
the
dig
more
in, the
characters I
family dog
add,
Sport began
or the more
barking
stuff
like
that I
he
add to
often
this
did when
game, the
something
longer it takes to
outside caught his
load.
attention. They all figured it was a squirrel or a fox or maybe a tasty rabbit, all of which were common in the area. Now, feeding a family
Tasty?
was
We're
no
not
easy matter
tasty.
in rural
We're banoise.
Pennsylvania in the
We don't eat the
1850s,
banoise.
so Samuel grabbed his rifle and followed Sport outside to see if something edible was nearby. It's not clear whether he told Joseph and George to stay put or what Susanna was doing when he left, but the boys probably couldn't resist the urge to join the hunt and left without telling their mother. When Susanna finally noticed they were gone,
There she
must have
is.
figured that they were with their father and that everyone would come back shortly.
There's your
But then when Samuel came back, he assured her
there's
that the boys
your,
hadn't been with them and that he hadn't even seen them. Due to
squid
their ages and
representation.
just generally how dangerous it was to be out in the wilderness for extended time, Samuel and Susanna began searching immediately. But despite scouring the area and calling the boys' names until their voices gave out, they got no reply. As nightfall approached, the situation became increasingly serious, and Samuel eventually ran to a neighbor's home and asked if they could spread the word that the boys were missing and that he and
Yeah, that's
Susanna needed help.
what character
By
will
some
not
accounts,
bully her?
hundreds of eager searchers had materialized by the following morning, and
Go for this
other
one.
sources claim it was thousands. Whatever the number, some came from as far as 50 miles away. Again, this type of travel was no small feat in the 1850s, and the response shows just how tight-knit the community was and how determined the volunteers were to find the missing boys. Searchers teamed up in small groups and hacked their way through the forest from sunup to sundown, and then at the end of each long day, they prepared large fires and carried torches through the woods, yelling their names. But, unfortunately, their calls went unanswered.
Oh, some heart's been put into her.
It seemed unlikely the boys would be found alive. Even so, the volunteers soldiered on and continually expanded the search area in case the boys were moving in the opposite direction. It's worth noting, however, that the search was limited to the west side of a creek near the family's cabin. The reason for this is that pretty much everyone agreed that the boys couldn't have crossed the creek without drowning because it was abnormally large that spring from all the snow melt. So, the western shore of the creek itself was thoroughly searched, but the east side was ignored altogether. With the first frustrating week gone by and with nothing to show for it, some of the searchers began to suspect that there might be something that the parents
The
weren't
crowd's like,
telling
no,
them.
don't do
Some
it.
of them even went as far as to accuse Samuel and Susanna of harming their children and staging the disappearance to cover it up. Although this was just speculation and frustration, some searchers even began looking for newly dug and poorly concealed graves in and around the family's cabin. When these new searches turned up nothing, and as volunteers began returning to their homes and farms, it looked like neither the family nor the community would get any closure. More than a week after the disappearance, a Pennsylvania farmer named Jacob Dibbert was so frustrated by the search revealing nothing that he told his wife that he wished he could have a dream in which the boys' whereabouts would be revealed to him. Then, incredibly, on the night of May 2nd,
Damn, she has a move that
did.
makes
In his
she has a
dream,
move that
Jacob
makes
claimed he was walking along a quiet
her
path
very
in the woods
makes her
when he crossed
blinding.
a log that had fallen over a creek. Then he came upon a dead deer and a child's shoe at the base of a damaged birch tree. He initially passed off as the product of his overactive imagination. After all, he'd been thinking about the dream before he actually had it. But as the story goes, Jacob then had nearly identical dreams over the following few nights, which he only told his wife about initially. Initially as well, though, he didn't really know what to make of these dreams. At the same time, though, it was just too weird to be having the exact same dream over and over with such specific details. Eventually, he told his brother-in-law about this dream, and incredibly, his brother-in-law recognized some of the landmarks Jacob was describing. Shortly afterward, the two set out to search the forest near the family's home to see if they could locate the items and landmarks that he'd dreamt about. Eventually, they reached the creek near the family's home, but like the other volunteers, Jacob's brother-in-law didn't think the boys could have crossed the creek. Jacob eventually convinced him that they had, and eventually the pair found the dead deer, the child's shoe, and the damaged birch tree on the other side of the creek where searchers hadn't looked. And tragically, nestled among the birch roots, they also found the bodies of Joseph and George nearly 2 weeks after they'd gone missing. Unsurprisingly, the remarkable sequence of events shifted suspicion from Samuel and Susanna onto Jacob. In fact, many people thought that this story was entirely made up and that he probably never had these dreams in the first place. And if he'd never had these dreams, the only way he could have known about the boys' location was if he'd been involved in their disappearance. But after autopsy, both children seemed to have died from exposure and there wasn't any evidence of foul play. As far as anyone could tell, they'd left the cabin to follow their father, crossed the creek, and then got hopelessly lost in the woods. Of course, it is possible that someone helped them cross the creek and then abandoned them on the other side, however unlikely. Whatever happened, the boys eventually became exhausted and lay down on the roots of the birch tree, fell asleep, and never woke up. In 1906, a small memorial was built to the site where the boys were found on land that's now part of Blue Knob State Park. Now, more than 150 years later, the story is still a permanent part of local lore, and the lost children of the Alleghenies probably won't be forgotten anytime soon.
Spooky.
In late 1928, two young newlyweds set out on an epic rafting trip down the Green and Colorado rivers in the American Southwest. But their homemade boat was eventually discovered full of gear and in good condition near the Grand Canyon, but the couple was never seen again. Now, nearly a century later, the disappearance of Glenn and Bessie Hyde is still shrouded in myth and controversy. Glenn Hyde was born in Twin Falls, Idaho on December 9, 1898. Growing up, he and his family rafted some of the wildest rivers in western Canada and the United States. Glenn's love for adventure and all things outdoors grew steadily, and while he was still a teenager, he and his younger sister Jean piloted a sweep scow, which is a type of wooden boat, from the Salmon River in Idaho all the way to the Pacific Ocean. Glenn's future wife Bessie was born nearly 2,000 miles away in Parkersburg, West Virginia on December 29, 1905, and unlike Glenn, growing up, she preferred poetry and acting. Then, after graduating high school, she ran off with her childhood sweetheart and got married. Unfortunately, the marriage ended pretty quickly after it started, but her husband refused to grant Bessie a divorce. Undeterred by this, she wasn't about to let a failed marriage get in the way for her plans for the future, and so shortly after, she moved to San Francisco and enrolled at the California School of Fine Art. By then, Glenn was also in California, and the two met and fell in love on board a ship traveling between San Francisco and Los Angeles in 1927. Fairly quickly into the relationship, the young couple was already talking about marriage, but by then, Bessie's husband still refused to grant her divorce. So to expedite the process, she moved to Nevada, established residency, and took advantage of the state's divorce-friendly laws. Then, finally, as a free woman once again, Glenn and Bessie got married in Twin Falls, Idaho on April 10, 1928, the day after her divorce was finalized. Soon after that, they decided to spend their honeymoon rafting down the Colorado River after reading reports of a film crew that had recently been rescued while making a similar rafting trip through the Grand Canyon. By the late 20s, less than 50 people had managed to travel the full length of the Grand Canyon by boat, and of those who had, all were men. With Glenn's experience and Bessie's energy, they reasoned that they had as good of a chance of succeeding as anyone else. After all, Glenn was eager to establish himself as an outdoorsman, and family and friends described Bessie as an ambitious young woman out to make a name for herself any way she could. If they succeeded, Bessie would be the first woman to complete the trip, and with a little luck, they might even set a new record for the fastest trip through the Grand Canyon and become national sensations overnight. To give them the best chance possible, Glenn decided to build his own flat-bottom scow, just like the ones he'd used on previous trips throughout Canada and the Pacific Northwest. Known for their stability in rough, rocky, and shallow water, the scow was the perfect boat to navigate the turbulent waters of the Green and Colorado rivers in Utah, Arizona, and California. Glenn spent about $50 and 2 days building the boat, which he promptly named Rain in the Face. Then on October 20th, 1928, friends and family members gathered to see the couple off. According to those who showed up, Bessie seemed nervous and tentative about the upcoming journey, but excited nonetheless. And then, her and Glenn pushed the 20-foot scow into the water at Green River, Utah, and drifted away from the shore. They estimated that from their starting point, the trip would take about 6 weeks to their final destination, which was Needles, California. Their gear included journals, clothes, food, and a gun, but incredibly, no life jackets because Glenn considered them to be an unnecessary extravagance. Over the following weeks, he and Bessie successfully navigated a number of dangerous rapids and made contact with 3 different groups of people. The first meeting was with a riverman who was immediately concerned that they didn't have life jackets. He also told them that he didn't think their scow would even make it through the Grand Canyon, let alone the full distance to Needles. But, despite his warnings, Glenn and Bessie arrived at Bright Angel Creek in the Grand Canyon on November 16th. By then, they'd been on the water for nearly a month, but had only completed about half of their trip instead of 2/3 like they thought they would. The next people they ran into were while hiking up the Bright Angel Trail, and were 2 brothers named Emery and Ellsworth Kolb, who owned a renowned photography studio on the canyon's south rim. Emery introduced Glenn and Bessie to his family and gave them some supplies and gave them a quick tour of his studio, but like the old riverman, he told them that he didn't think their boat would make it the rest of the way and that they'd be better off spending the winter with him and his family. Glenn ultimately declined the offer, but the family later said that Bessie seemed tense and looked almost though she wanted to accept their offer. Upon seeing Emery's daughter all dressed up for the occasion as well, apparently Bessie even wondered aloud whether she'd ever get to wear such pretty shoes again. But despite Bessie's hesitance and strange comment, she and Glenn said and continued on. A day later, they met a wealthy California man named Sutro near the Grand Canyon Village. He would end up asking to join them, and Glenn agreed to take him as far as an area known as Hermit Rapids. The 3 of them arrived on schedule the following day, but by then, Sutro was shaken and happy to just be alive. The boat ride was apparently much rougher than he was expecting. In addition to that, after experiencing some of the Colorado River's most dangerous waters, he also said that Bessie seemed nervous and out of her element, while Glenn had trouble handling the heavy boat. Then on top of that, Sutro also noticed that the couple didn't seem to adequately secure the scow at night, meaning that he was worried that it could come loose and drift away. All things considered, he thought it was a miracle that they'd even gotten as far as they had. Eventually, the three of them parted ways, and after Sutro said goodbye at Hermit Camp, Glenn and Bessie were entirely on their own. Unfortunately, not much is known about this portion of their trip. It wasn't until 2 weeks later on December 6th, when they didn't arrive in Needles, that Glenn's father officially alerted the authorities that the couple was missing. Right away, Glenn's father rounded up volunteers and launched a number of river searches over the next few days. He also hired Native American trackers and even convinced Secretary of War Dwight Davis to authorize the use of military aircraft in the search. For nearly 2 weeks, there wasn't a single trace of the couple until December 19th, airmen spotted the scow floating in a shallow pool at mile 237. There was still no sign of Glenn and Bessie, but the news did bring fresh hope they might eventually be found alive and well. Glenn's father and the Cole brothers set out to Peach Springs, Arizona to launch another search party that would make its way to the scow. The Cole brothers and a number of volunteers left a few days later and reached mile 237 on Christmas morning. All they found, though, was the scow floating just where the pilot said it would be. The boat's bow line had snagged on something in the shallow section of the river, keeping it in place, but it was unclear how long it had been there. The boat was also intact, and the couple's gear was neatly stowed and secured inside. Weirdly, there were no signs of an accident or foul play, and Bessie had made the last entry into her diary on November 30th with no indication of anything wrong. After removing as much gear from the scow as they could take with them, Emery ordered the boat to be cut free to continue floating down the river. Later, he was criticized for this, as further investigation may have revealed more about the missing couple. Some saw this as a careless act, while others considered it to be downright suspicious. Back in Peach Springs, Emery showed Glenn's father the gear they'd recovered, told him that he thought that whatever had happened, it was clear that Glenn and Bessie didn't leave the boat intentionally. Searchers then spent another month combing the canyons around Diamond Creek with no luck, and then Glenn's father returned the following year too, but Glenn and Bessie were never seen again. The weirdest thing about their disappearance, though, is that by the time they disappeared, the couple had already made it through some of the Colorado River's most infamous stretches. It would be weird for them to have made it through those sections, but not.
Yeah, after I'm done with this, I'm not done with the Toho characters. I'm just gonna be taking a break. We're taking a break in My Hero.
Strong. If they'd been going fast enough and had been caught off guard, the impact could have thrown
I'm
Glenn
almost
and
done
Bessie
here,
from
so.
the boat. Then, in the frigid water without life jackets, they could have quickly drowned before making it to shore. Another theory is that it's possible that the scow had come loose from its tether and drifted into the current when they stopped on the shore to prepare a meal or sleep for the night. This seems fairly likely as well, because Sutro noted that they didn't take adequate care in securing the boat the night he spent with them on the river. Then, if it did drift away, they might have been stranded with unclimbable cliffs on either side and unswimmable ice-cold water to every other side. In addition to these theories about some sort of accident, a number of more sinister theories began emerging almost immediately after the disappearance. The first was that Bessie had had enough of her domineering new husband by the time they'd reached the Grand Canyon, and that she decided to kill him, hike out, and then start a new life under a new alias. For a while, this seemed pretty far-fetched, but things took an interesting turn one evening in 1971 around a campfire at Diamond Creek. After a long day on the river with fellow rafters, an elderly woman announced that she was Bessie Hyde and that she'd stabbed her abusive and overbearing husband, concealed his body, and then hiked out of the canyon on her own all the way back in 1928. However, upon further investigation, birth records showed that she was born in Ohio and Elizabeth Cutler was her real name. This seemed to put an end to the idea that Bessie had harmed Glenn. The case then took another twist when one of the brothers, Emery Culp, died in 1976. Friends going through his boathouse the following year discovered a skeleton with a bullet hole in its skull. It was eventually sent to a forensic anthropologist who determined that it was from a tall Caucasian male who probably died in his 20s, which matched Glenn's description. In addition, the .32 caliber bullet rattling around inside the skull was fired from a revolver manufactured around the turn of the 20th century. It was ultimately ruled that the skeleton wasn't Glenn's, but not everybody was so sure that such a definitive determination could be made, especially with forensic DNA testing not available yet. Either way, the skeleton sparked rumors that Emery Culp had become smitten or maybe even infatuated with Bessie during the short visit to the Grand Canyon, and that he killed Glenn out of sheer jealousy. Again, this seems fairly far-fetched, and detractors have also pointed out that Emery Culp had served as a representative for the local coroner. It would be incredibly strange, but it's at least possible that he took an unclaimed skeleton home as a souvenir, and that was the one that was found. The final weird possible lead came in 1992 when a well-known Colorado River rafting guide named Georgie White became a person of interest. Shortly after her death, friends going through her belongings discovered a revolver, a copy of Glenn and Bessie's marriage certificate, and a birth certificate showing that her real name was Bessie DeRoss. Although her family name was different from Bessie's, it added even more to the conspiracy fire. At the very least, her name was an odd coincidence, and the marriage certificate was even more strange. It also begs the question, why would a river guide need an alias? In any case, whoever she really was, photographs of her as a middle-aged woman and those of Bessie as a young woman do look kind of similar. But ultimately, although the mystery has been featured in dozens of articles, books, and podcasts, we'll probably never know exactly what happened to Glenn and Bessie Hyde. By 1945, the Sodders were a well-respected family of first-generation Italian Americans. The head of their family and father, Giorgio Soddu, immigrated to the US at just 13 years old and quickly changed his name to George Sodder. An older brother accompanied him as well, but only as far as Ellis Island before the two went their separate ways. After arriving in the US, George quickly found work as a railroad laborer in Pennsylvania and eventually moved to West Virginia and founded a successful trucking company. Then, in the early 1920s, he met a young woman named Jenny Capriani, who'd also been born in Italy. The couple got married 3 years later in 1923 and then moved to Fayetteville, West Virginia, put down roots, and got down to business starting a family. By all accounts, George was a good father, husband, and provider, but he also had strong opinions about politics and current events, and his views didn't always sit well with other Italian Americans in the town, especially with some of the tumultuous and controversial things occurring across the Atlantic before and during World War II. On the night of December 24th, 1945, George, Jenny, and 9 of their 10 children shared a meal before opening a few presents in celebration of Christmas Eve. After dinner and presents, the family went to bed like any other ordinary evening. Around midnight, the telephone rang and Jenny thought it might be her son who was in the army, calling to wish everyone Merry Christmas. But when she answered, the voice on the other end of the line belonged to a strange woman who asked Jenny if she could speak to someone she didn't know. Because of the laughter in the background of the call, Jenny assumed that the woman was at a Christmas party and had dialed the wrong number after one too many drinks. Before returning to the first-floor master bedroom, Jenny noticed that the lights were still on and the curtains hadn't been drawn and that the front door was unlocked.
What the fuck is Duncan
Since
doing?
one of their children, Marion, was the only one asleep on the living room couch, she figured the other children were already upstairs in bed. So she closed the curtains, locked the door, turned out the lights, and returned to her own bed. Shortly after dozing off, she thought she heard something heavy hit and roll off the roof. But in that in-between waking up and sleeping, it didn't really register how weird that was, so she fell right back asleep after hearing the noise. About 30 minutes later, she was woken up again, but this time by heavy smoke filling their bedroom. George woke up a few seconds later, and already they could barely see or breathe. Since the fire had already swept through the downstairs, they grabbed 2-year-old Sylvia from the crib next to their bed and then ran out of the house. 3 of their kids, 16-year-old George Jr., 17-year-old Marion, and 23-year-old John, were already outside, but 6-year-old Dolly, 8-year-old Jenny, 10-year-old Louis, 12-year-old Martha, and 14-year-old Maurice were not outside yet. George immediately ran back to the house and shattered a downstairs window. He then jumped through the window into the inferno, only to find that the flaming staircase was completely impassable.
Is it
Next,
me
he
or
ran to the
are
side
you
of the
like
house with
or
ladders
are
so he
you
could
like
use to rescue his children through a second-floor
scary
window,
or
but the
horror
ladder was
narrators?
not
Like
where
they don't like
last
the
seen
word
it.
the.
Next, he tried to drive one of his coal trucks up to the house and enter a second-floor window from the top of the cab, but both
I don't know if you
trucks
guys
were
notice it, but
charged,
like
even though
they
they'd been
tend
working
to
perfectly
like
the
not
day
use
before.
the.
In all of the chaos, Marion ran
Ah,
to
it's
a
kinda
neighbor's house
off-putting
to
for
call
me.
the fire department, but no one picked up the call. Another neighbor also saw the blaze and called too, but again, no one answered. This same distraught neighbor eventually drove into town and tracked down the fire chief, but even though the firehouse was less than 3 miles away, by the time the crew showed up approximately 6 hours later, the home had been reduced to ashes. George, Jenny, and the rest of the children could only watch as they could only assume that the rest of the family was still inside the home. As devastating as this was, though, and weirdly, almost immediately after the fire was finished, they began to have doubts about whether the children were even inside. After searching the rubble, no remains were discovered anywhere. Not even the skeletons were recovered, which is typical in house fires. To top it off, the house had only burned for about an hour, and even the fire chief admitted that it probably hadn't been hot enough to fully cremate 5 bodies. Shortly afterward, a state police investigator stated that the fire was due to faulty wiring, but later, an independent electrician hired by the family discovered that some of the home's electrical wires had been cut before the fire. Unfortunately, they had no idea when they were cut or by who. Then, despite these odd inconsistencies, authorities ruled the fire accidental, and the 5 death certificates issued before the new year all stated that the missing children had died in the fire that night. Tragically, if remains had been found, George and Jenny could have had some closure and started putting their broken family back together. Instead, they became increasingly convinced that their children had not been inside the home when the fire occurred, that they might be alive somewhere still, and that the fire may have been used to cover up a kidnapping. With few options at their disposal, they rented a huge billboard on Route 16 with the names and faces of the missing children, along with a promise to pay $5,000 to anyone with information about their whereabouts. At the same time, Jenny began testing to see if bones actually burned in fires by burning various animal bones to see if she could turn them into ash. And what she found was that no matter how hot the fire got or how long the bones burned, they always remained intact. Jenny even contacted a crematorium and was told that bone fragments often remain, even after incineration, for 2 hours or more at 2,000 degrees. House fires can get that hot, but it's still different than direct exposure for 2 straight hours. So, with half of his family dead or missing and far more questions than answers, George tried to preserve the site by filling the basement and foundation with more than 5 feet of dirt. Rather than feeling more confident about the circumstances, the family began to remember a number of strange events that occurred before December 24th, and these are some seriously strange and confusing events. The first involved a stranger who'd shown up at the house looking for work a few months before. The man had walked to the back of the house, pointed to a fuse box, and said it would probably start a fire someday. George thought it was particularly strange behavior since a local utility company representative had just given the home's electrical system a clean bill of health. At about the same time, a traveling insurance salesman stopped by the solder home and had become enraged when George declined to purchase a policy. Strangely as well, he also predicted that the house would go up in smoke, that it would destroy George's children, and that he wouldn't get away with criticizing Italian dictator Mussolini. George was known to not be shy about voicing his dislike of Mussolini, but at the time, he chalked it up to nothing more than a threat made by a frustrated insurance salesman with a big mouth. In another instance, the Sodders' oldest son, Maurice, also remembered seeing a mysterious man in a car parked down the road watching the younger children walk from home to school. But things got even stranger when the Sodders found a charred object in the debris that seemed to resemble a pineapple bomb hand grenade, similar to the ones used by American servicemen in World War II. Upon seeing this object, Jenny recalled hearing the thud on the roof the night of the fire and wondered if it had been caused by this object. In addition to that, there were also a number of odd sightings reported of the missing children after the incident. The first came from a woman who said she'd saw the missing children gazing from the window of a passing car while the Sodders' house was still burning. Another woman said she served the Sodder kids breakfast on Christmas morning at a roadside restaurant near Charleston, West Virginia. Another said 4 of the missing children stayed at a hotel in Charleston about a month after the fire, and they were accompanied by 2 stern men of Italian descent driving a car with out-of-state plates. The receptionist apparently tried to engage the children in conversation, but after a short burst of Italian from one of the men, the children stopped talking. One time as well, George even thought he saw his missing daughter Betty in a newspaper photo of school children in New York City. He drove to Manhattan and apparently located the family, but the girl's parents refused to even speak with him. Shortly after that, a letter arrived from a woman in Missouri who claimed one of the children, Martha, was in a convent in St. Louis. Another tip came from Texas, where a bar patron said he overheard a conversation between 2 men where they were discussing a mysterious Christmas Eve fire in West Virginia years before. In the end, George would follow up on dozens of these leads from across the country, but he always returned to West Virginia empty-handed. 2 years after the fire, the Sodders wrote to the director of FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, asking if he and the Bureau would get involved. He would get a reply, but unfortunately stated that the Bureau could only help if local authorities officially requested assistance. Unfortunately, the Fayetteville Fire and Police Departments weren't interested. Instead, the family ended up hiring a private detective named C.C. Tinsley. Tinsley would go on to discover that the angry insurance salesman happened to be on the coroner's jury that ruled the fire accidental. He also learned that after the fire chief had found what appeared to be a human heart in the ruins of the Sodder home, but had buried it on site and kept the discovery to himself. After tracking him down, the pair dug up the organ in question and took it to a local mortician who determined that it was a cow's liver that had never been anywhere near a fire. Later, it was discovered that the fire chief had told others that he had bought the liver and buried it in hopes that they'd find it, accept it as proof that their missing children had died in the fire, and then call off their personal investigation. Then, nearly 5 years after the fire, the Sodders also hired a renowned Washington, D.C. pathologist to excavate the site and analyze any items that were recovered. The excavation revealed personal and household items, as well as a few small shards of what were later determined to be human vertebrae. These bones were sent to the Smithsonian Institute, where additional analysis revealed that they were relatively close in age to some of the missing children. However, they showed no evidence of ever being burnt. The report also noted how it was odd that no other bones were found and that in many house fires, whole skeletons are recovered intact. In the end, the report concluded that the bones weren't from the Sodder children and that they were probably in the dirt that George used to fill the foundation after the fire. These findings prompted 2 hearings at the Capitol in Charleston, but officials still refused to reopen or even re-examine the case. Then in 1968, Jenny Sodder received a letter that had been postmarked in Kentucky. Inside, she found the photo of a young man with an uncanny resemblance to Lewis, who was just 9 years old on the night of the fire. On the back was a cryptic message that read, "Lewis Sodder, I love brother Frankie, ILI, boys, A90132 or 35. Despite their fears that publishing the letter might bring harm to the children, they did update the billboard on Route 16 with the new photograph. George then hired another private detective to follow up on the lead in Kentucky, but nothing else was found since the letter had no return address. It's also not even clear if the letter was legitimate or if it was just a prank on a desperate family. Tragically, George Sodder passed away in 1969, never knowing what happened to his missing children. Jenny died 2 decades later, and up until the time of her death, she wore black in mourning and remembrance. Now, even the billboard with the faces of the missing children is long gone, but George and Jenny's grandchildren haven't given up the search. Some theorize that the local mafia may have orchestrated the fire and kidnapping after George refused to pay extortion money, or that it was Mussolini loyalists who were retaliating for what they considered his unpatriotic political views. Whatever the case, George and political views, their children were kidnapped by the group of people who started the fire. Of course, though, it's also possible that they might have simply died in the fire after all. It's possible the fire burned far hotter than originally thought, and the bones really could have been reduced to ash. Unfortunately, because of how long ago the case occurred and how highly publicized it was, there are so many theories and conflicting accounts, it just makes it all that much more confusing. In any case, I know this case has been covered a bunch before, but since it's so infamous and since this is a new series, I figured it might be good to include. Hello everyone, thank you so much for watching. This is part of a series, so you might want to check out the other videos in the series. If you want to support the channel, give this video a like, and if you have a story suggestion, feel free to submit it to the email found in the description or the Scary Interesting subreddit. And hopefully I will see you in the next one.
Earth, a 4.5 billion-year-old planet, still evolving. As continents shift and clash, volcanoes erupt, glaciers grow and recede. The Earth's crust is carved in numerous and fascinating ways, leaving a trail of geological mysteries behind. In this episode, investigators are exploring the driest place on Earth, the Atacama Desert in Chile. This barren landscape is 50 times drier than Death Valley. Now, scientists are piecing together the puzzle of how this desert was made. From raging volcanoes to colossal mountains, oceans, the clues they uncover also provide a window into the formation of the Earth itself. Is a blue planet, engulfed by water. But in this desolate chunk of northern Chile, you won't find a single drop. Wedged between the Pacific Ocean and coastal volcanoes to the west, and the Andes to the east, is Atacama, the driest desert in the world. 600 miles long and narrow, on average just 100 miles wide. It's the same size as Iowa. Now, scientists are on a mission to find out how it was made. The investigation begins in the sleepy town of Chiagua. A rare green oasis. Its only lifeline is a stream. Trickling 300 miles from the Andes to the Pacific. It is home to the official government rain gauge, so geologist John Houston has come here to find out how dry the driest place on Earth really is.
This is a pluviometer. It measures the rainfall every day.
Okay. For Marissa Vera, a government scientist, it's a job with few surprises.
How much rainfall has this instrument recorded?
In the last 15 years, less than 1 millimeter per year.
Less than 1 millimeter a year?
Yes.
Was it every year?
It rains only 3 years.
That's incredible.
Exactly.
On average, it rains 3/100ths of an inch a year. It would take a century for Atacama's rainfall to fill a coffee cup. How does this compare with other deserts?
Here we have a cylinder, and I'm going to show you the difference between the amount of rainfall per annum here and the amount of rainfall in other deserts. So if I fill this jar up, right up to about there, that is roughly rainfall that you get in the Sahara. Now if I pour most of that away, we get to that level. That represents what we have in the Mojave Desert, 5 inches per annum. If I pour all that away, except for that little drop in the bottom there, and that's the equivalent of what we have here in the heart of the Atacama Desert. That is such a small amount of rainfall that it means it's the driest place on Earth.
In his quest to find out why Atacama gets so little rainfall, Houston leaves the oasis behind and heads into the desert. By the side of the Pan American Highway, a road which runs the length of the continent, he discovers the first clue.
Well, here we are at the Tropic of Capricorn. This is one of the most important latitudes in the world, and it is absolutely critical in explaining why the Atacama Desert is in this location here.
Most of the world's deserts straddle one of two special latitudes. In the southern hemisphere, the Tropic of Capricorn runs through Atacama and Africa's Namib and Kalahari deserts. In the north, the Tropic of Cancer runs right through the vast Sahara. At these particular positions on the planet, the air is extremely dry.
This instrument is called a whirling hygrometer. What this does is to measure the relative humidity of the air. And the reading on here gives us a relative humidity of 10%. That's really low, really low. There aren't many places in the world where you get a relative humidity as low as that.
Back in the early 1700s, scientists discovered why tropical air is so dry. European ships sailing to America relied upon the trade winds to power their crossings. But English meteorologist George Hadley was mystified why they blew westward when they should blow directly north. His studies would lead scientists to understand how air circulates around the Earth. At the equator, moisture-rich air gets heated by the sun and rises. As this hot, wet air flows away from the equator, it quickly sheds its water as rain. By the time it reaches the two tropic latitudes, the air has lost nearly all of its moisture, resulting in no rain on the land below. The mystery, though, is why Atacama gets so much less rain than any place else. Scientists hope to crack the case by figuring out how Atacama first formed. On the hunt for clues, Houston travels deep into the true desert. This closely guarded location was discovered during routine mapping by geologists back in the 70s. But the huge significance of their find wasn't realized until 1998. This band of boulders is the single most important clue to Atacama's beginnings. It's a delicate rock called gypsum. A simple test shows how fragile it is.
If I pour a little bit of water on top of that, you will see that it very rapidly falls apart. What's happening here, of course, is that when I'm putting water on this, you see it dissolve. I mean, it's just going to fall apart.
The survival of gypsum as a solid rock tells scientists there hasn't been any heavy rain since the rock formed. So the next step was to date it and figure out when this place became dry. Gypsum can't be directly dated, but by analyzing fossils in the surrounding rocks, the awesome age of the desert was revealed. Atacama is a staggering 150 million years old.
This gypsum here is an extremely special gypsum. If there had been any rainfall greater than 2 inches in any one year, this would have dissolved and have been washed away. What that means is essentially that the Atacama Desert is the oldest desert in the world.
For more than 150 million years, while dinosaurs thrived and became extinct, the Himalayas formed and humans evolved. Atacama has been a desert. Gypsum also holds the key to how this desert was made. It's a chalky mineral which forms not in deserts, but in water. Gypsum exists in a dissolved state in shallow, warm, tropical seas. As the water is evaporated away by heat, it solidifies. The existence of this one little rock is a key piece of evidence which reveals that before Atacama became a desert, it was a seabed.
This really insignificant looking piece of rock indicates that all this desert was once underwater. So this gypsum in this location in the Atacama Desert is absolutely critical to understanding the whole history of the Atacama Desert.
In the investigation so far, scientists have pieced together evidence of how and when the desert first formed. Atacama's location near the Tropic of Capricorn means air is dry and no rain falls. Fossils found in the surrounding gypsum rock reveal the age of the desert. Gypsum, a rock that forms only in water, reveals Atacama was once underwater. Now, as scientists explore the mystery of how Atacama evolved from ocean floor to pure desert, they unearth explosive evidence in the investigation of how the driest place on Earth was made. $150 million years ago, the Atacama Desert was a seabed covered by ocean waters. But today, some areas in the desert are 2 miles above sea level. In the journey to find out how this happened, scientists take the investigation to the eastern edge of the desert. This strange landscape is the largest geyser field in the southern hemisphere.
We're up at the El Tatio geyser field. You can see around us that there's plenty of hot springs and geysers. There's plenty of steam around, and this is because the air is cool and the water is hot, and so you have a lot of steam and bubbling springs.
The boiling water is being heated deep underground.
The geysers and the hot water that you find up at El Tatio are indications that you have a body of hot rock underneath us. And another indication is you have a bunch of volcanoes surrounding this basin.
The earth here is violently alive. Molten rock erupts onto the surface, forming volcanoes. The fiery volcanoes and the boiling geysers are evidence of a turbulent process happening deep beneath the desert. Here, the Pacific Ocean crust is being forced underneath South America, much like a spatula going underneath a pizza. This geological process is called subduction.
You have the Pacific plate colliding with the continental crust, and the Pacific plate is actually heavier and it slides underneath the continental crust. And as it does so, it heats because it gets to a depth of about 60 miles and it becomes molten.
This crucial depth is called a melting zone. Hot molten rock then thrusts upward to form the active volcanoes that ring the El Tatio geyser field. This process gives scientists a hint to what lifted the desert out of the ocean. More clues are found on the opposite side of the desert. Geologists know that these coastal hills were also once volcanoes. Today, they're completely dead, but modern dating techniques show that they first erupted over 195 million years ago. It's a crucial piece of evidence which reveals when the Pacific Plate first began to force its way beneath South America. At that time, the desert, indeed all of Chile, was underwater. Over time, the melting zone was pushed further and further inland, first igniting the coastal volcanoes. As the melting zone passed beneath the desert, it formed new crust, thickening and raising the land. The Atacama Desert slowly emerged. $50 million years ago, this same process began to raise the Andes. Today, the melting zone is 140 miles inland, and the molten rock it produces ignites volcanoes. And fuels El Tatio's geysers. But as it passed under the Atacama Desert, it also left behind this. Chuquicamata, the largest open-pit copper mine in the world. Volcanic processes concentrated the copper ore here, but it was the desert's unique climate that locked it in place.
This area of northern Chile produces some of the largest and most important copper deposits in the world, and this is largely due to the very dry climate. Most of the erosion on the Earth's surface is caused by water. So here, where there's so little rainfall and there's very little surface water, there's not very much erosion, and so the copper deposit has actually remained intact.
As a result, this barren wilderness is one of the most valuable pieces of land on the planet. the mystery of how a desert can rise from the sea can be solved. Geysers provide evidence that molten rock exists deep underground.
Pyon.
The existence
Oh
of
no.
active volcanoes shows the
Cedar Shake building was the highest
There
point in
you
the
go.
area, with a view of the notoriously
Wow. You're getting
If you've ever
basically
played a game of
porn
broken telephone,
arrows
you
from
know how impossible it's.
on
I think
YouTube.
disappearances come in three broad categories. You have the ones that have fairly obvious and ordinary explanations. Then there are the ones that seem unbelievable at face value, but turn out to have a pretty plain explanation after all. And then there are the ones that will literally keep you up at night because they're just so confusing or horrific or both. So in today's video, we're going to take a look at 3 disappearances and I'll let you decide how you feel about each of them. As always, viewer discretion is advised. In Washington State and Oregon, and actually all along the West Coast, there's a stark contrast between the coast and the interior. All the mountains that are either basically on the coast or a little inland create a natural barrier for moisture coming off the Pacific Ocean. As the moisture travels east, it goes up the mountains and then cools, which causes it to precipitate and fall as rain and snow. Then on the opposite side of the mountains, there's not nearly as much moisture left in the air, and the area is much drier, giving it almost desert-like conditions. So in the span of a single state, or even just 100 kilometers sometimes, you have essentially rainforest near the Pacific and then desert inland. In these plains and the rain shadow of the mountains, it's common to see big ranches and cattle farms because in certain areas, the arid conditions can make it difficult to have traditional farms for crops. On April 10th, 1952, a family was visiting their grandparents in Ritter, Oregon, which is in one of these plains areas, sort of in the northeast section of the state. It also happened to be one of these cattle ranches, and apart from the house and a couple of barns, the fields in the surrounding area were basically all cattle land. With it being early April as well, it was still around freezing, and there were snow patches spaced out throughout the fields. Just before having lunch that day, the grandparents asked the 3 grandchildren if they wanted to go see a new baby calf which had been born not too long ago in the barn. They obviously did, so they all got dressed up in warm clothing, and then the 2 older brothers took little 2-year-old Keith outside and across the field. A little while later, when it was lunchtime, their mom opened the door and called out to them, and almost right away, the 2 older boys came running, but Keith wasn't with them. Their mom asked where Keith was, and they replied that he'd just gone around the barn for a second, and they thought he was right behind them. Right away, their mother was alarmed by this and grabbed her shoes and ran outside with the 2 boys, but when they got out to the barn, Keith was gone. They called out to him, first only with a little bit of urgency, but then when they got no response, the calls turned to shouts as they became more and more panicked. Somehow in the span of less than 5 minutes, maybe even less than 2 minutes, Keith had just disappeared entirely. As soon as it was clear that he was really missing and not just somewhere close by, the family contacted the local police department, who immediately started a large search. Back in 1952, it wasn't quite the same organized search that you'd get today with grid searches, but it was still extensive. All the searchers spread out in a line within speaking distance and then walked for a long while, trying to cover as much ground as thoroughly as possible. At its peak, supposedly over 200 people were scouring the cattle fields searching for Keith, but soon enough, night began to fall and the search got desperate. Several hours later, about 3 miles from where Keith had disappeared, searchers found little footprints that seemed to walk right through a herd of cattle. Unfortunately, the tracks ended where the snow patch ended, so they weren't able to follow them much further. Even more confusingly, how could a 2-year-old have gone 3 miles from the grandparents' home? It just seemed impossible. But since there weren't any other houses nearby, they figured these had to be Keith's footprints. Meanwhile, the parents were worried sick as the night got colder and colder. The search continued throughout the night and focused a little more on where the tracks had been found several hours earlier. Finally, the sun started to come up, and then at 7 a.m. the next day, a searcher was walking through an area known as Skull Canyon, about 12 miles from the grandparents' home, and miraculously found Keith lying face down in the snow with his hat and coat beside him. The searcher immediately ran to him and picked him up and found that he was completely stiff from the cold and couldn't move. He also had scratches all over his face and his clothing was ripped in several places, which they thought might have been from him squeezing through some barbed wire fences. After finding him, they rushed him to a nearby runway where he was airlifted to a hospital and thankfully would make a full recovery. However, this didn't really do much to explain how he managed to travel so far in that time. It's definitely possible for an adult to travel that distance in that 19 hours that he was missing, but Keith was just 2 years old. How could a 2-year-old travel 12 miles in freezing temperatures? Keith was also asked about the scratches and explained that they were from a cat, but because of his age, he wasn't really able to give them much more information than that. So, the best guess is that he went around the barn and then was chased or ran from something, and then either in a panic or because he was lost, just kept walking until he finally couldn't and collapsed where he was found. In the North Atlantic, on the far side of the Western Isles of Scotland, are a series of small Ice Age-era mountaintops known as the Flannan Isles. They were previously the peaks of a larger singular island before sea levels rose almost 12,000 years ago. And although they're named after an Irish Saint Flannan, they're also known as the Seven Hunters because of their reputation for sinking ships which passed too close to them over the years in poor visibility. Despite this danger though, the islands were not without visitors, and many shepherds, fishermen, and others from the Isle of Lewis would find their way onto Flannan shores, intentionally or not. To minimize these unintentional visits, a lighthouse was constructed between 1895 and 1899 on the largest of the 7 islands, known as Elan Moor. This peak juts 88 meters, or 289 feet, out of the water and almost looks like the tip of a broken spear. The farthest you can walk in a straight line anywhere is only about 500 meters, or just over 1,600 feet, but except for the leveled off tip of the lighthouse complex, almost the entirety of Elan Moor is steep hillside pitched down into cliffs circling the island, with deadly cold waves below. During construction, the only way to bring building materials or supplies to the island was up a cliff with a crane system, ladders, and then small railway tracks from the top of the cliffs to the lighthouse itself. These cliffs range from just 65 feet all the way to the full 290 feet of the island at different places, and all of them are steep enough that a fall to the Atlantic down below would be deadly. At the same time, unlike many other lighthouses, Flannan has the advantage of higher ground, so the tower itself is relatively short at only 3 stories tall plus the light. The remaining living quarters were built up around the base with a small perimeter wall, house, and storage building. About a year after the Flannan Lighthouse was complete, in December of 1900, a shift of 3 men were stationed there with the intent to be home in time for the holidays. On the 7th, James Ducat, who was the principal lightkeeper, and Thomas Marshall, who was the second assistant, stood on the landing, waving goodbye to their superintendent aboard the ship which had just dropped them off. Several floors above them was the 3rd man, Donald MacArthur, who was up manning the light. This was a hard rule. No matter what, 1 man always had to be tending to the light. At the time as well, wireless telegraphs were too expensive to be practical, so the only way to contact the island was with light signals from a high point on the shore 20 miles away or by a passing ship. Then the lighthouse had a series of reflecting plates to respond, and the keepers would lift them into the light on one side of the tower or the other to signal different things. Nothing really notable happened for the first week until on the 15th there was a large storm that swept over the lighthouse, but for the area this wasn't in any way uncommon or unexpected. However, when a ship known as the Arctur sailed past later that day, they saw that the lighthouse was dark around midnight on the 15th. They reported this upon landing, but for some reason the message wasn't communicated to the Northern Lighthouse Board that something was wrong. The ship which dropped them off was planned to return on the 20th to cycle one of the men out, but the storm continued until after the 15th and delayed arrival until midday on the 26th of December, 2.5 weeks since the last contact. Then when it finally got to the island, no one stood to greet them, no flag flew in the lighthouse, and there was no response to the ship's horn, siren, or signal rocket. This prompted them to drop one of the crew members off on shore, a man named Joseph Moore, who was actually a permanent member of the lighthouse crew. He'd only been away for a few weeks for sick leave, but otherwise had spent years with the other men. He knew them and their families and had countless hours of his life spent with no one else to talk to but them. And then, as he walked up the soaked and windy slopes of Elan Moor, there was nothing. The island, however, looked to have weathered a storm of mythical proportions. As he climbed up the cliffs, he found that metal railings were bent and in some places uprooted from their foundations or missing entirely. The railway tracks had been dislodged from their concrete fittings, tied down boxes and stores had been torn away, and most disturbingly, even some of the island's grass at 200 feet above sea level had been ripped 30 feet from the cliff's edge. On top of all of that, a 1-ton boulder had been displaced and rolled down to the top of the steps where the rail line ended. He also found another box that had been thrown into a rocky alcove 33 meters or 110 feet above the water. It was nowhere near the edge of the cliffs either. It was a full 20 meters or 70 feet inland along the rail line, but the box was shattered and the contents of the box were scattered along the hillside. For a sturdy wooden crate that far up the island to have been destroyed, he figured that the waves may have been large enough that the ocean spray may have even touched the lighthouse almost 300 feet up. But as he made his way up, he saw the lighthouse itself was undamaged on the summit of the island. Nearby to the box was also a railing where a life buoy normally was, but when he took a closer look, the ropes which had held it in place were still tied, but ripped from the wooden post, so it seemed to have been taken by the storm and not by a person. Growing more anxious as he went, when Joseph reached the lighthouse, he found nothing. The fire in the kitchen hadn't been lit for days, the cutlery was cleaned from the previous meal, but dinner hadn't been started, and the manually wound clocks had all stopped. In the living quarters, he also found that the beds were made, but empty. After a brief search, and by then extremely alarmed, he quickly returned to the ship to report what he'd found. Then, following a wider search of the island with more men, not a single trace of the keepers was found. The logbook they kept went only as far as the 15th, and the few final entries were made on a slate chalkboard, after which they'd normally be written in ink in the journal. So it seemed that 3 men with nearly a century's worth of experience between them had just sort of vanished, and yet the lighthouse was essentially untouched. Weirdly too, all of the normal work seemed to have been done until it just wasn't. The lamps were in good shape and had been cleaned and fueled to be used on the 15th, according to the logbook. This, combined with the state of the kitchen, seemed to suggest that something had happened after lunch on the 15th. Any later, and preparations for dinner would have been started, or the light would have been turned on. If it was earlier, remnants of lunch or incomplete lamp work would have been apparent. Finally though, after a more thorough investigation was done, it was found that only 2 sets of waterproof clothing had been taken from their hooks. The third, which were Donald's, were still untouched in the coat room. The superintendent would then ask Joseph about this, and Joseph confirmed that these sets of clothing only would have been taken if they intended on heading down to the landings closer to the sea. These never would have been used if they were just walking around the compound at the top. Based on this, the official investigation concluded that it was likely that at least 2 of the men went down in the storm to the lower landing to secure some of the moorings and rope. Then, either through them asking for help or Donald seeing something happen down below, he broke the cardinal rule and left the lighthouse unattended to go help the others. Unfortunately, whatever help he tried to provide wasn't enough, and all 3 men disappeared into the storm, and the exact circumstances that led to their disappearance are unclear to this day. What is clear, however, is that the day the island went dark, it was subjected to an unusually powerful storm, and a wave or waves no less than 8 stories high. It would also be noted during a more modern investigation that a natural cave underneath the western landing, which suffered the most damage, functioned to redirect large waves that entered it and cause them to rebound over the landing a second time from the other direction. If the 3 men had briefly broken protocol and left the light unattended to have an extra pair of hands to work, they might have been caught during one of those waves and swept back into the ocean along with the water. Even for the men who worked the lighthouse, this phenomenon wasn't known until relatively recently. In any case, since their disappearance, no other keepers were lost from the Flandin Isles, which remained manned until 1971, when it was automated. And since then as well, no other storms have ever done comparable damage. Indonesia was destined by geography to be one of the most diverse places on Earth. The country is made up of roughly 18,000 islands, 6,000 of which are inhabited, with some of the busiest shipping lanes in the world weaving between them. In fact, the only other way to sail from the Indian Ocean to the Pacific Ocean otherwise is to go the long way south around Australia. Because of this quirk of geography, the region has seen the rise and fall of empires, colonies, nations, and governments. On top of that, and despite its population of 280 million people, most of its almost 2 million square kilometers of landmass is covered in dense rainforest. There are also several mountain ranges across the islands, many of which are also covered in dense rainforests. This can make traversing the area extremely difficult, and in turn has caused many of the diverse populations to become isolated from one another for long periods of time. And maybe the most isolated and unique of all these islands is the eastern island of Papua. Other than the dense jungles of the Amazon, the province of Papua, neighboring Papua New Guinea, is home to some of the world's only remaining uncontacted tribes. These are populations of people who are so isolated that many of them have no contact with or idea about the modern world and modern way of life. And so Papua is the most lightly populated province in all of Indonesia, and much of the population still live traditional tribal lives in hundreds of villages, each with their own distinct culture and way of doing things. One of these populations, the Asmat peoples, are especially known for their intricate woodwork art, but as with some of the other groups in the area, contact with them has been minimal at best until only the past 70 years. Interestingly, the Asmat people also seem to look more like individuals from sub-Saharan Africa than other native Indonesians, kind of like the famous Sentinelese off the coast of India. It's thought that the dense tracts of islands that form Indonesia and much of Southeast Asia would have been ideal for early cultures to island hop from one to the next, even with only canoe-sized boats, so it's possible they and other groups arrived as part of eastward expansion by paddling or sailing along the coast. And then that's where they've stayed, developing unique and separate cultures independently for thousands of years. Whatever the case, the Asmat and their art would still capture the attention of wealthy traders thousands of years later when the famous Rockefeller family took an interest. Now, even if you don't know anything about the Rockefellers, I'd bet the name is familiar. And if it's not, maybe you've heard of Exxon, Mobil, Acadia National Park, Chase Bank, and the Chrysler Corporation. Incredibly, these don't even cover a quarter of the list, all of which were either founded, owned, or operated by the Rockefellers at one point in time. Several of the members of the family have also been involved in politics, with a vice president, multiple governors, and senators among them, and even that doesn't give the whole picture. In short, they were and are one of the richest and most powerful families in the United States. But this is the story of just one of the Rockefellers, 23-year-old Michael Rockefeller. He was the youngest of 5 and the heir to the family's literally incalculable fortune. For some time, leading up to a single day in November of 1961, Michael Rockefeller had wanted to visit the island of Papua. Then, following a brief stint in the army as a private after graduating from Harvard, Michael signed up for an expedition with the school's Museum of Archaeology to study a neighboring tribe to the Asmat called the Dani to create a documentary. Michael had grown up seeing art from the region, the Museum of Modern Art, which his father had opened in New York, and developed a fascination with the culture. A little while later, after 7 months of work on the expedition as a sound engineer and photographer, Michael and his colleagues had made multiple small expeditions of their own to meet the Asmat people, study their culture, and trade for pieces of artwork. On the 17th of November, after the filming had concluded, Michael was traveling by boat with a Dutch anthropologist named Rene when the boat they were on was swamped by a wave and overturned 4 miles from the southern coast of Papua in the ocean. They managed to get the boat back over, but because it had been swamped, the engine was dead. So, with no other options, the 2 guides they had with them, who were a pair of Asmat teenagers, decided to swim to shore to get help. In the meantime, Michael and Rene waited as the tides rolled them in and out, but gradually farther and farther away from the coast for 2 full days. It seemed to Michael that either their guides had died trying to reach help, or that they weren't searching for them in the right place. Knowing they didn't have much time left, on the morning of the 19th, he decided he might have to take things into his own hands. He stripped down to his boxers, strapped some empty gas cans to himself to help him float, and then told Rene that he thought he could make it before dropping into the water and swimming away. Based on later estimates, by then the boat was at least 14 miles from shore. Unfortunately, that would be the last time Rene or any other member of the expedition would see him. Tragically, had Michael stayed, he would be rescued the next day with Rene. Their guides had in fact made it back and called for help. Afterwards, a massive search was launched and would continue for weeks with planes, boats, helicopters, and native volunteers searching the coastline. But despite all the efforts of the Dutch government and the power of his family, Michael was never found. This wasn't, however, the end of his story, but it would take all the way until 2014 to be made public. The waters off this part of Papua are especially tidal. Sea levels change as much as 4.5 meters or 15 feet twice a day. These tides also cause horrible rip currents that can suddenly overtake boats or swimmers near the shore as rivers reverse direction and otherwise calm water rises up into harsh waves. It was one of these waves that overtook Michael's boat, and decades later, this same phenomenon would overtake the boat of Carl Hoffman, an investigative journalist retreading the path to find out what happened. In the time following Michael's disappearance, speculation had of course gone in every direction, from kidnappings to sharks to drowning and so forth. This prompted Carl to see if he could figure out what happened to Michael years earlier, and he was particularly intrigued by one rumor. To the 12 different groups that identified as Asmat and all the tribes within them, the world was a deeply spiritual one. Everything outside of the island and over the sea was part of the afterlife. The tides were a direct reflection of the spirit world, airplanes were sky canoes of unknowable gods, and critically, disease was the result of unsettled spirits who had not been avenged. If a member of a tribe died of disease, this was thought to be the doing of someone else and not a natural occurrence. This would then require revenge on the tribe which was responsible, and it would be resolved with a literal headhunt. Then, after claiming the heads from the opposing tribe, the flesh would be consumed ritualistically as a coming-of-age ceremony, in line with how the first boy became a man in Asmat creation myth. And this would, of course, inspire revenge from the other tribe, and to prepare for it, a massive pole would be carved from a mangrove tree. This pole would be intricately carved with the likeness of those who had died, with symbols of headhunting, fertility, war, and even a place to put the heads of those who were killed to avenge the spirit. The Asmat believed that only when the head of an enemy was presented and the spirit appeased would they be able to move on to the afterlife across the sea and stop causing disease in the village. The pole would then decompose where it stood, fertilizing the next mangrove tree and returning to the earth, just as the Asmat believed the flesh of their slain enemies would. This form of ritualistic combat had persisted for hundreds of generations because tribes didn't actually
So
seek to wipe
cheering.
one another out. It was more like they were correcting a spiritual balance through a sort of blood debt. Many villages were also known to be more or less violent than others, so while you could say that the Asmat were technically cannibals, it wasn't out of hunger or savagery, or universal even. Instead, it was the result of a cultural spiritualism that revolved around life and death. In any case, forward again to the 2010s, when Carl Hoffman went in search for answers, he dug through archives of information from a second search that happened after Michael Rockefeller had disappeared. These records were written by Christian missionaries working with the Asmat villages. They led Carl to the village of Ochinep, where he listened to stories and over 2 expeditions in 7 months learned to speak a local language and integrated with its people. What he would later learn was that back in 1958, the colonial governor had been disturbed by an unusually large raid, resulting in the deaths of hundreds between 2 villages. This prompted him to send his men to disarm the 2 villages that had long been fighting, one of which was Ochinep. After a few fumbled encounters, one visit to the village resulted in several of its highest members being shot as they stepped out to meet the newcomers and neither understood the other's intention. To the villagers, it was as if they were seeing a new and horrible magic for the first time, and up until then, there was no bad blood with foreigners. In fact, no Asmat had ever killed a white person as far back as their first known contact with the Dutch in 1623. They were known to be quite friendly and helpful to outsiders and welcoming to guests. What happened after the confrontation, though, was that the people from beyond the sea, the Dutch, had taken the lives of 5 villagers, and the people of Ochinep had no way to settle their blood debt or even an understanding as to why it happened in the first place. So, 2 years later, when Michael Rockefeller swam to the shore, exhausted, pale, and delirious, he was killed in retribution by the villagers of Ochinep. The only reason this is even known about is that apparently, even within the village, this was a controversial decision. An argument had ensued between 50 or so men who had found him, but it happened all the same. Later, 4 men would come and confess to a missionary and named all 15 households that received bones from his body to be made to fishing hooks, daggers, and other tools. Carl Hoffman then interviewed this missionary in 2012. Apparently as well, another missionary independently found the same evidence in fragmented telegraphs in Dutch archives, which would also confirm its reporting. And the reason this all took so long to come to light was that at the time, the Dutch were in the middle of political debates with the US and Indonesia over if Papua should remain a colony or be released to Indonesia. To demonstrate that, they needed to show a narrative that their colonial occupation was having a positive effect and that it would be good for the country. If they could establish that, they could argue releasing the colony would result in a cultural backslide. So it was in the direct interest of the Dutch government to not acknowledge that this had happened in their supposedly civilizing colony. Later, when a third missionary's letter made its way to the news and the Rockefeller family inquired over the death of their son, the Dutch government lied while simultaneously continuing their own investigation in secret. They would even recover what was allegedly Michael's skull, only for the investigation to be shut down shortly after as the country changed hands to Indonesia in 1962. For the Ochinep, though, this incident would leave a shadow over them. Shortly after Michael's killing, a cholera outbreak would kill more than 70 members of the village. At the same time, Dutch helicopters would bring aid to other villages to fight the disease, which was something the Ochinep had only seen once before, on the day that they killed Michael Rockefeller. To them, this was like confirmation of divine retribution for his death, when in reality it was just really poor timing. Thankfully, the ritualistic war and cannibalism would fall largely out of use in the 1970s and is outlawed today. Hello everyone, my name is Sean and welcome to Scary Interesting. If you enjoyed this video, this is part of a series, so you might want to check out the other videos in the series. If you have a story suggestion, feel free to send it to the email found in the description or submit it to the Scary Interesting subreddit. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Scary Interesting. In this video, we're going to look at 3 cases where people disappeared and then were just never seen again. But not only did they completely disappear, the circumstances of each of them just seem impossible. It seems like finding them should be easy, but even years later, there are even more questions than answers. So as always, viewer discretion is advised. On June 25th, 1986, at around 6 a.m., a tanker truck carrying 5,000 gallons of sulfuric acid came flying down a mountain pass near Madrid, Spain. Based on how fast it was going, other cars could tell that it wasn't just reckless driving. It seemed like the truck was unable to stop. So eventually, it had gotten up to 140 kilometers an hour or 90 miles per hour down this steep, winding road. And as it got more and more out of control, first it sideswiped another car and then ripped its mirror off, then it slammed into the back of another truck, forcing it off the road. Finally, the other truck was able to swerve off to the side of the road, and then the out-of-control truck crashed head-on into an oncoming vehicle. This caused it to flip over, and the contents of the tanker poured all over the wreckage, the surrounding area, and the cab of the truck where the driver was. Police and rescuers got to the scene quickly afterward, but it would take 3 hours of pouring sand and lime all over the wreckage to neutralize the acid enough to begin a rescue. Finally, they reached the cab of the truck and found that there were 2 people inside, and they were both deceased and partially covered in the contents of the tanker. From the documents found inside, the 2 people were identified as husband and wife, Andres and Carmen. Weirdly, in addition to finding the couple, police also found what looked like children's stuff inside the truck as well. This included some children's cassette tapes and some children's clothes. Once the bodies had been identified, police started calling the next of kin, starting with Carmen's mother, who was obviously devastated to learn about the crash. But horrifyingly, she would also ask about the boy and if he was alright, because apparently the items the police found that looked like they belonged to a child actually belonged to the couple's son, Juan Pedro, who was supposed to be with them. Juan Pedro, who was 10 at the time, would frequently join his father on some of his shorter trips, but had never joined him on a long trip like the one they were on at the time of the crash. That's because this was sort of a special trip. Andres had promised his son that if he worked hard and he studied hard and got good grades that year, he'd take him on this longer trip that was planned for some time. Juan Pedro then did as his father asked and did excellent in school, so his father agreed to bring him, and the family of 3 left the day before the crash on the evening of June 24th. Here's where things start to get weird. Despite a thorough search of the inside of the truck, the surrounding area, and even under the sand and lime that was poured all over the wreckage, there wasn't a single trace of Juan Pedro anywhere. Obviously, first people's thought was to blame the contents of the tanker and say that the remains could have been completely dissolved. This was then immediately refuted by chemists because apparently even if someone had been completely submerged for over a week, that still wouldn't be enough for 0 traces of them to be found. And we know that because of the crash, he couldn't have been completely submerged, it was more like being splashed. So the next thing the investigators examined was the truck's tachograph, which is the device which measures the distance traveled and stops made. And this revealed a few interesting things. First was that on the way up the other side of the mountain, the truck made close to a dozen short stops, with some less than 20 seconds. Investigators then cross-referenced this with the traffic in the area at the time and found that there should have been no reason to make these stops. People have since speculated that maybe these stops were the beginning of Andres noticing some mechanical failure, which later caused the crash as they descended. Either way, the next interesting thing the tachograph revealed was that the family had hit the rest of their planned stops, including one at a restaurant to eat dinner. Investigators then confirmed with the restaurant staff that the family had been there, including Juan Pedro. So he was accounted for at least until the night before the accident. This means that either Juan Pedro was with them the morning of the crash, or maybe even stranger, he wasn't with them anymore that morning for some unknown reason. There are several weird and unconfirmed pieces of evidence and theories, and I'm going to go over them quickly, but from what I can tell, these are largely unsubstantiated, so take them with a grain of salt. Usually I wouldn't even address these because they're so outlandish, but since there really isn't anything else to go on, I think it made sense here. The first of these pieces of evidence is that apparently several witnesses claim to have seen a white van pull up to the crash site immediately afterward. Then a Nordic-looking man and woman got out of the van, checked around the site, and then left. In another version of these events, the couple was dressed as a doctor and a nurse, and the man picked up some sort of package and then they left. It's hard to confirm whether or not this actually happened. The second and more interesting is some sort of involvement in drug trafficking by Andres involuntarily due to pressure from local groups. His family claims that he was receiving threatening phone calls in the lead up to the trip, so there's some speculation that maybe Juan Pedro was taken sometime during the night. This might fit with the sighting of the man and woman in the van who had some involvement. There are also several unconfirmed sightings of Juan Pedro alive after the crash, but that usually happens in cases where people disappear anyway. The final theory is that Juan really was with the couple and was possibly thrown from the vehicle in the crash or survived the initial crash but then wandered away and succumbed to his injuries, far enough that his remains weren't found. This also seems sort of unlikely given the thorough search. And that's all we really know, which is sort of hard to make sense of. If you're just as confused as I was reading through this case, you're not alone. In fact, Interpol, which is an international police organization, has said that this is the most perplexing case they've ever examined. Maurice Demetz, also known as Doc, had spent his professional life writing, preaching, and working in academia. But in the early 1980s, at 84 years old, he was enjoying all that retirement had to offer with his wife of more than 50 years. Throughout his life, Doc developed an interest in gems and minerals, and although he needed a bit of help getting around due to his age, it was still a hobby he pursued on a regular basis. On April 29th, 1981, Doc's longtime friend, 51-year-old David McSherry, arrived at his house to pick him up. The two of them planned to go topaz hunting in the Pike National Forest, and they were aiming for a place called Devil's Head, which is a 9,700-foot mountain. A little while after setting off, David pulled into a small parking area at the base of Devil's Head, right next to a picnic spot. Then after he put the car in park, he got out and walked to the passenger side to help Doc get out of the car. From where the parking lot was, there was an abandoned topaz mine a few hundred feet away, and although Doc was in no condition to walk around inside the mine, there were still plenty of topaz around the outside. So from the parking area, the two men crossed the road and entered a densely forested area that gradually descended. The slope was about as steep as Doc could handle, but as long as he had David to hang on to for stability and the ground wasn't too treacherous, he was able to manage. As they approached, Doc spotted a sandy area near the mine entrance that looked perfect for him and pointed it out. David guided him over there, helped him to the ground, and then put his bag of tools next to him. Once Doc had everything he needed, David went to look for his own spot to dig and found one about 50 yards away. This put them out of view of one another through the trees, but they were still well within earshot. After setting his supplies down, David reached into his tool bag and started topaz hunting, and the two of them continued this for a couple of hours. At around 3 o'clock, David knew Doc would probably be reaching his limit, and it was time to start thinking about heading home. So he walked over to where he left Doc and gave him the warning that they needed to hit the road in about 15 minutes. Doc then looked up and agreed before turning his attention back to the sand to squeeze out every second he could of the time that remained. David then turned around and made his way back to his digging area to collect his tools and the small pile of topaz he was taking with him. After all of his equipment was packed up, David turned back to retrieve Doc and his tools, but when he reached the point where he should be able to see him, Doc was gone. This was weird because he hadn't moved much the entire time they'd been there, at least not when he had walked over there just a few minutes earlier. Then when David reached Doc's sandpit, he realized that his friend wasn't just gone. It was like he was never there in the first place. There wasn't a single trace of him. The tools were gone, the holes he had dug were filled in, and despite the soft sand all around, there were no footprints in any direction. David then called out for Doc a few times, but his shouts were met with silence. After a quick look around the area, David thought that maybe Doc had walked back to the car by himself somehow. At the same time, this thought worried him because he knew the way back was all uphill at a slight angle. He knew that it was unlikely that Doc would have been able to get to the car on his own. And sure enough, when David got close enough to see the car, there was still no sign of Doc. David then unlocked the driver's side door and leaned into the car to lay on the horn, hoping it would be loud enough to get Doc's attention. After each long beep, he would stop and wait, barely moving or breathing so he could hear even the faintest response, but nothing ever came. Thoroughly alarmed by this point, David then closed the car door and walked back to the road. Then he managed to flag down the next car and told the driver what happened and that he needed a search and rescue team up there right away. Without hesitation, the driver spun the car around and flew back the way he came, and about 10 miles down the dirt road, he saw a payphone and pulled over to call 911. By 11 o'clock that night, Devil's Head was filled with activity as searchers flooded the area. The circumstances of Doc's disappearance should have made him easy to find. Doc's mobility was so limited that he couldn't have gone far. The terrain in just about every direction meant that Doc would have needed help to even walk, let alone travel an appreciable distance. Because of this, the search and rescue was hopeful that he'd be found quickly. This meant they could pour all of their resources, which included 200 searchers, a dozen dogs, and even a few helicopters, into a smaller, more thorough search area. On paper, Doc should have been found before the sun came up. But by sunup, there was still not a single trace of him. With what they had to go on, which was essentially nothing, authorities developed two main theories to work from. The first was that Doc wandered off and fell or got stuck somewhere, and the other was an animal attack. The problem with both theories was that there was no evidence to support either one. You'd think that in either scenario, given how thorough the search was, they'd find Doc's dropped tools or tattered clothing, or maybe the dogs would pick up the scent of blood if it was an animal attack. But unfortunately, the search would continue for 5 days and not a single trace was found. It was just beyond comprehension that there was still no sign of Doc anywhere. The dogs couldn't even pick up a scent anywhere in the area. It was like something came down from the sky and just quietly plucked him up from the sandpit. So, with absolutely nothing to show for 5 days around the clock searching, the effort was officially called off. Doc's family protested the decision, and his daughter was adamant in the first few days after Doc's disappearance that he was abducted, but just like the other theories, there was nothing to support this idea. Just about the only thing left before theory spiraled off into outlandishness was foul play. From the moment the call came in to when the search was called off, the only thing anyone had to go off of was David's account of what happened. So the longer things went on with no sign of Doc, the more suspicion of David and his story grew. Between the lack of evidence and the highly trained search dogs failing to find a scent anywhere was more than enough for some people to point to David as the reason for Doc's disappearance. But while David had the means and the opportunity to harm Doc, there was just no motive. By all accounts, they'd never even fought in the time they knew one another, and the pair had gone on many similar trips in the past without incident. So, David was eventually ruled out as well, which left police and searchers completely baffled. In total, an area of 5 square miles was covered multiple times during the official search. One investigator even called it the most detailed search the county had conducted in the past 15 years. Then, even once the official search was cancelled, authorities kept a close eye on anything related to Doc that might lead to new information. In the weeks after he vanished, Doc's credit cards never turned up anywhere, and daily checks with nearby hospitals produced nothing either. A $5,000 reward was even offered by Doc's family, but still no new information came in. So that's where the trail goes cold. In the more than 40 years since Doc vanished, nothing has ever been found at Devil's Head or anywhere else that could lead investigators to solve the case. In the 1990s, the governor of Colorado officially declared Doc dead, and the case was officially closed. So that begs the question, how does an 84-year-old with extremely limited mobility disappear so thoroughly in the span of just a few minutes? It just seems impossible. On the evening of April 20th, 1989, a woman named Carol was driving back from Circle, Montana, where she'd just finished a long shift as a police dispatcher and was looking forward to getting home. It was 8:15 p.m. and it was starting to get dark, and as she was driving, the car in front of her suddenly swerved onto the shoulder. Then, as soon as the car was out of her line of sight, she realized why the car had swerved, which was to avoid another car that was heading directly at her into oncoming traffic. Unfortunately, by the time she realized what was happening, she had no time to move out of the way or even hit her brakes, and so the two cars slammed into one another. Once the car stopped moving, Carol was scared and her heart was beating fast, but she didn't feel like she was injured. Her head hurt slightly, but thankfully she didn't think anything was broken. So she unbuckled her seatbelt and crawled out of her wrecked car to find out what had happened. Carol then approached the woman driving the other car to see if she could help. She was actually more concerned than angry, worried that the driver might have badly injured herself. She looked back at her car and knew it was totaled, and there was no way the other car would ever drive again. The accident was just too bad. Luckily, it looked like the other woman was unharmed. Carol then walked over to her and asked if she was okay, and the woman looked straight at Carol, but not just straight at her, more like straight through her, as if Carol wasn't even there. A few minutes earlier, the woman in the car that swerved, a woman named Peggy, had been driving down the highway with her father before the oncoming car forced her off the road. After seeing the crash, Peggy and her dad were worried about the other drivers, so they got out to check on them. Weirdly though, Peggy then watched the woman in the oncoming car walk away from the crash, climb over the fence by the side of the highway, stare at the wreck for a few minutes, almost as if she was a spectator, and then walk away into the field by the road. As she was watching this happen, Peggy also noticed Carol had a nasty wound on her head, so she left her with her father while she looked for the nearest phone to call for an ambulance. Carol was in the hospital for a few days after, but she would go on to make a full recovery. In the meantime, police wanted to know who the other driver was who just walked away. Peggy and Carol both described her as about 5'6", with strawberry blonde hair and freckles, weighing about 110 pounds. When the police ran the license plate, they discovered it was owned by a woman from Bozeman, Montana, named Patricia Meehan. They didn't know for sure if she was driving or if it was someone else, but they were worried whoever it was might have been hurt. The way she acted suggested that she might have a head injury of some kind, and they were worried she might die out in the fields if she didn't get help. Right away, they began to search, and they brought in tracking dogs to see if they could pick up a scent in the fields in the surrounding area. And they would end up finding some footprints a little ways from the crash site that looked like they belonged to the tennis shoes of the woman seen walking away. They would then follow these for hours until they finally disappeared, and by then it was 3 a.m. and there was still no sign of her, so they called off the search until daylight. Shortly afterward, it was determined that it had to have been Patricia Meehan who had been driving the car that night. Known to her friends and family as Patty, she was raised in Pittsburgh. She eventually went to school for early childhood development, but never finished her course, deciding she liked horses more than kids. This led her to take a job in Montana as a ranch hand, which is where she was living when the crash happened. By April of 1989, though, something was wrong. All the people who knew Patty thought her behavior was getting unusual. She was usually soft-spoken, calm, and collected, but prior to the accident, she was sometimes quite down, sometimes a little disoriented, and at other times hyperactive. And it wasn't just the people around her who had noticed this difference. Patty herself seemed to have realized that something was wrong, so she made an appointment to see a psychologist on April 21st, hoping to figure out what was happening. At the same time, she started to think about going home to Pittsburgh. In fact, the day before the accident, she called her parents and asked if she could move back with them for a while. They said that was okay, especially because she'd been struggling lately, and said to call back the next day so they could sort out the details. On the morning of April 20th, Patty told her landlord she was going away for a few days, but didn't say where she was going. He knew she had an appointment with a psychologist, and she seemed to be acting strange, but he didn't think it was his place to question her any further. Afterward, Patty climbed into her car and set off, and the next time anyone would see her, she would be nearly 400 miles away, crashing into the front of Carol's car. Now, sometimes people flee a car crash because they're frightened about what might happen. The police assumed that's what might have happened, so they called around to family and friends to see if she'd been in touch.
Okay.
Then they became even more concerned when they found out she'd been acting strange in the lead up to the accident. They were worried that the behavior Carol and Peggy had described wasn't just post-accident disorientation, but something much more serious. One idea they initially came up with was that she was trying to end things by crashing intentionally, and that she looked shocked afterwards because it hadn't worked. The day after the crash, at sunrise, police decided to widen the search. They sent up airplanes over the next 2 days to see if they could spot anything nearby. Highway Patrol launched a ground search along with the police and ambulance crews. Workers from local ranches even joined in, but as things got colder, they started to worry that Patty might get caught in the freezing rain, so they kept the pilots up in the air and brought in dogs to search as well. Eventually, a storm rolled into the air with powerful wind and rain, and rescuers guessed that most people in that situation would find an empty building to shelter in, so the search team focused on those afterward. After the storm, planes went up again, but there was no sign of Patty on the ground anywhere, so by then, police were starting to think she wasn't in the area anymore. Instead, maybe she'd made it somewhere safe or hitched a ride somewhere. On May 25th, so over a month after the accident, Patty's parents and brother flew into the area. Then they started driving up and down the major highways, crisscrossing the state while simultaneously handing out posters at truck stops and rest areas. And incredibly, quite a few people thought they'd seen Patty.
Saturday night, it's been pretty quiet. Usually, like Saturday nights, I can hear like constant like loud music, whatever, bassy and all that, but not today. Which is good. Okay. Going on everything already. Maybe on a Crew's vacation, I could play with him on Left 4 Dead. And I forgot how to revert it. Forgot how to revert it back into a I had to revert it back into into non-VR, into just regular desktop version. So yeah, this button is gonna be kind of oofed in terms of like figuring it out. How Left 4 Dead has turned into a VR game now for me. Like I can't. I don't know how. I forgot how to like undo everything. And at the same time, though, I do not. I kind of don't want to like mess with any files because it took a long time to actually get the thing, to actually get the game to actually work in VR. So probably not gonna touch it in 5. I'm just gonna Left 4 Dead is gonna be a purely VR game for me. But yeah, the Toku characters are finally done, so yippee on that one.
僕のヒーローアカデミアウルトラランブル
Guess I'll play Ida first.
レゼントだ。次回はこちら。
The heck? Let's play Ida first.
正しい判断を。
ブレイク
What do you mean, Bleg? Damn. I'm ticket poor. No one's playing on a Saturday? Come on. Well, I mean, today's a Sunday now, but still. Saturday night, though. Damn, no ranks? Okay. Guess I'll play a non-ranked battle then. Okay, I guess I won't play as Ida then.
INU like playing this anymore. It don't give me zombie 2.
Oh wait, you actually rolled for you actually tried to roll for zombies too?
It gave me unbreakable skin for Kirishima instead.
Why did I want to fight me for? Yeah, it gave me Kirishima's fucking Yeah, I was complaining about earlier before too. Like I don't even have him. Like, how you gonna give me the costume of a character I don't fucking have? Are people actually not playing? I mean, this is the second time. The second time I'm trying to pull a skin for Sue. Oh, damn. Remember the other time I was trying to pull for the other Sue skin? I guess, you know, I guess it's not meant to be for me to have any Sue skins. I'm gonna save up to get characters. I'm not even gonna try to go for costumes. I'm just gonna go for characters.
寝言は寝て死ねがっかりさせないでくれよ攻撃受けちまったへっちゃらだぜレベルアップだレベルアップだレベルアップだ敵の攻撃で周り見ろ崩しやがる全方位に敵の攻撃だかつくな隙だらけ広がれおいセーフエリアに入ってねえやつこの力で
Really? I forgot. Drink this a little bit, quick. I mean, we did a good amount of damage to that team. You're the best. I hate you.
Level up だ。はあ、レベルアップだ。目障りだ。無駄無駄。クソ市民は助けておいて感謝しろ。俺は次のステージに助けてやっ。オッケー。嫌だし。
I'm coming over here.
レベルアップだ。全員セーフエリア内だな。危ねえぞ。悪くない。旧大点だ。アイテムだ。捨てちゃえ。レベルアップだ。レベルアップだ。
I guess I'll get this card right here.
アイテムがあんじゃねえか。なんだなかったな。消えてなくなれ。
Is that a card? Yes, it is.
レベルアップだ。ムカつくんだよ。甘い。油断したら砕け散れ。なんでだよ。 追い詰めるかゆい終わりだ本気か
He's up there. No!
死んでくれ
Got you, got you. Oh, I went straight into that. Oh, damn it. Oh, his team's there now. Oh, that Bakugo's gonna, it's out for blood. He's gonna come after you. But that's what Bakugos do, they chase you down to the end. There's no fucking way. I was about to say.
使ってやるよ人を導くためになんと強烈な味方が来たな
Oh, all of us can revive each other.
さあ行こう
Yeah, I think the kimono game is dead because fucking seriously there's like no released there's no released kimonos, and even then I'm pretty sure another reason why too is because they have Kimono Friends 3. There's Kimono Friends 3 out there in Japan, and they said transferring over that game over, you know, translating that and everything. What Kimono Friend fans actually want. You get like Angry Birds with RPG mechanics.
Well, it's still cute despite the lack of attention.
I mean, I feel bad. You know, it's more. I feel bad they're not like. There's no effort putting into it.
Dagger and Shoeville, I will never forget. Send off. I hope they rest in peace.
the last event that they had was the bunny event, right? It's still up, but you know, it says the event ended, right? The event ended back in December 14th. December 14th. That's the bunny event. It ended the 14th. They have not got rid of it yet. Like man, it's like it's super dead. If only had more if only they put attention to it. Like it'll be okay if they put some, you know, attention to it, but they didn't even do that. And you know what? Now that I think about it, I think it's a Chinese publisher too, because it first got released in China. Man, so much for My Hero, right, guys?
At the end, it was just a game to collect them.
俺は自分のことだけしか見れちゃいない。レベルアップだ。
Yeah, the addition.
Low activity in this one.
It's like, come on, we're friends. Why did you have to give it to them? Like they don't look like they made any. Like when I'm looking at all of their catalog, it don't look like. It doesn't look. Oh no, they're a Korean base.
アイテムを発見したぞ
Not Chinese, Korean.
レベルアップだ
Which that's even worse because Korean publishers and develop or not much well, not much developers, but Korean publishers, man, they are like their monetization is just oof.
レベルアップだ敵の攻撃だ注意してくれ回転数を嘘だろ
導きを
対応する迅速に
信じます信じて
飛躍する決める戦うんだ
圧倒します拘束します汚らわしいまだ
I need some help.
準備よし
やはおやめなさい守護
飛び込むやー蹴り込む見つけたぞ敵だガード
Wait, where are they?
防ぐ回転数を
まだ
突き進む全員セーフエリアに入ってないだとすぐ向かおう対応する
Oh, damn it.
立て直そう
Oh, thank you.
最後だ見つけたぞ敵だレベルアップだ勢いで効かねえスムーズに
Damn it.
私がダウン
What the hell are you doing?
止めてみろ手出するすまない回転数を脚力でなんだってなんだってレベルアップだ飛び込む
怖いです
ガード守るため破損したまだだ対応する
Oh man.
まだだ青にサイドわかりやす突破しろ助かりますよっはっそれほっよっせっやっうむ勢いでなんだって素早く
Am I good? 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 Oh boy. That was a few close calls right there. Oh no, there's two of them.
してしまいました救援を私はどうやらここまで
真面目な味方が脚力でレベルアップだレベルアップだ
I don't know if I can make that one. So I can save them. Oh, really? You're just gonna... okay. Oh, really? Crap. Okay. That's it.
LOL for the longest I was wandering why it soon left muffled for so long.
私の勝ちだ。残念だったね。私が。一心不乱に。まだだ。
God dang it.
自分のことだけしか見れちゃいない。勝つとも限界が。
That was oof. Oh, why you sound muffled? Wait, you sound muffled?
イベントが開催されたぞ。
Let's see here. Guess I'll try to be a mountain lady this time. Change it up. I haven't been here for a good minute. Hopefully they're like, yeah, they got no costumes for her still. Still no matches, really? You know what? You know what? Oh well. It's fine. It's fine. It's not like I want to play my hero or anything. Pyon. Well, I guess. I guess I'll go back to a game I haven't played in like forever.
Borsas a leaf.
What a relief, Pyon. What's a relief?
You just said you didn't want to play my hero anyways. Was worried you wanted to. OMG this relic.
Well, they got a new season and all with the what's it called? When it was Amazu and Goku Black. Oh yeah, I have no music on, huh? Let's see. Oh wow, 1000 Zenny. So great. Well, hey, but I do see that oh my, well, but they did work on the frame rate though. This frame rate looks nice. Hello? Did they upgrade their frame rate? I mean, am I the only one that's noticing that this is more smoother? It looks so much more smoother. Is there new episodes? No? Well, I got tickets, might as well use them, I guess. So I can either get Goku, okay, get Vegito, or Goku's black stuff. See, that's what I need. I need unconscious control. Actually, wait, how much is it for a character? Because I got 460 TP. Well, wasn't it 400 or was it like 600? Or was it 800? I forgot. Oh, it's 750. 750 for a character. So what, like a few dollars more? Let's see. So you can only do you only do $2 at a time. So that's like, but Steam, you gotta, Steam, the minimum you can do is $5 each time. So there you go, bam, Zamasu. You also got Chile skin and everything, all these other skins. Full Bulma? Hold up. Old school Bulma? Anyway. One minute? No way. So you're telling me there's more people playing this game now than there is My Hero? No way. I call shenanigans. Well, for one thing, I'm gonna get my ass beat. I can guarantee you that. I'll complete get my ass beat the first few matches. This is one way for a match. Listen to a video.
Brought as many pictures of her as possible and some family videos
And
as well. And the hope was that showing these people would help sort the false sightings from the genuine ones as fast as possible. Based on all that information, eventually Patty's family narrowed down dozens of sightings to a few and created a potential timeline of her movement since the crash. On May 4th, she was apparently seen drinking water for over 5 hours in a Hardee's in Minnesota. When it closed, she was seen walking out to a 24-hour diner. A police officer came across her that night and he was worried about her and asked who she was. She wouldn't tell him her name, so he asked where she'd come from and she wanted to tell him several different places. Then, supposedly, on May 5th, she was in Sioux Falls, South Dakota at a truck stop, and then a little while later, she was seen by a waitress in a diner in another nearby city. The waitress claimed that Patty was with a man in his 30s, although the man has never been able to be identified. Then she was seen twice more between the 11th and the 13th of May in Billings, Montana, and then finally, apparently somebody spotted her back in Bozeman on May 19th. Again, she was seen in a restaurant, this time asking for breakfast in a rush, because according to the waitress, the woman said she had to leave at 9 a.m. If these were all sightings of Patty, it seemed like she was traveling straight back to Bozeman in almost a straight line across the I-90. Most of the people who claimed to see her also said the same thing. She was polite and soft-spoken.
Last news that they had
exhausted.
for Komodo Friends was back in September of last
she
year.
Sat with her hands tucked between her knees and paid for anything she ate with loose change. And sometimes she'd spend hours in the restaurants as if she had nowhere else to go. This led her parents to wonder if maybe she'd been hitching rides down the highway and couldn't contact anyone because she was suffering from amnesia. Then on May 30th, a truck driver claimed he offered her a lift going north into Washington, but she turned him down. The following week, she was apparently seen in Tacoma at a truck stop on the I-5. Because of this, Patty's family and the investigators wondered if she'd gone to visit an ex-boyfriend who lived in the area, but he hadn't seen her. Then they thought she might be heading to her sister's apartment in Seattle, but she didn't show up there either. So despite all of these leads, they still couldn't find her, or even get any definitive proof she had been at one place or another. So eventually, her family was forced to return to Pennsylvania and left the investigators to carry on the search without them. Patty's disappearance was featured on Unsolved Mysteries in September of that year, and after the show aired, investigators were bombarded with tips.
Okay,
some good, some
Smash
bad.
time.
Either way, the police made sure to investigate all of them. And
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンだ。必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。
ここはどこだ？あんたも気をつけてな。
Oh no, I'm playing with console players. I'm playing with console players.
本当にありがとう。起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。だが慌てるな。その場所はまだ危険な可能性がある。まずい、誰かやられた。もし救助に向かう場合は十分注意して行動してくれ。
God, it's so much more. It's so much more and more. The frames. I just enjoy. I like it.
すまない。
新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。
Do they see me? God damn it. Are they still chasing me? You only got one console, no, only one PC player. Oh, they're over there.
まずい、誰かやられた。もし救助に向かう場合は十分注意
Oh
し
my
て
god,
行動し
these
てくれ。
guys, you guys are going out for no man.
いいぞ、また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
Is that one baby guarding? And I am not used to for some seeing this map, so my first time coming back too, so oof. Okay, we got 4 balls right now.
味方が倒れているぞ。もし救助に向かうなら敵の動きに注意するんだ。
ありがとうございます。
やば。やっべえ。
よし、新しい起動機が見つかったぞ。
バレた。
I don't know if that's a ball up there or that's no, that's the key, huh?
やっべえ。
There's 4 of us left. Was that a big charge I see?
いいぞ、また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
You fighting somebody? Hey, where's the key at? Where's the key at? Where's the key at? Oh, it's over there. No, he's got it. He's got it. He's got it.
Super カードマシンの起動システムが出てきたぞ。急いで向かってくれ。
Oh, you're not gonna drop the ball?
起動システムが攻撃されている。危険な状態だが、近づく場合は慎重に行動してくれ。仲間が助けを必要としてるぞ。だが慌てるな。その場所はまだ危険な可能性がある。
やば。
まずい、誰かやられた。もし救助に向かう場合は十分注意して行動してくれ。今そちらに補給物資を送る。
Oh my, they're not even dropping the ball. Yeah, I'm gonna man this griefing right here. This whole time, like I had the balls and then he wouldn't. Oh yeah, now you're getting me up.
ドラゴンボールが7つ揃ったと最短でシェンロンを呼び出すんだ終わりだ弾けて混ざれ
He knew how to draw the balls too.
自動システムが攻撃を受けている。なんとか阻止してほしいが、決して無理はするな。
冗談じゃないぞ。勘弁してよもう。イデオ戦乱。
さあ、願いを言え。コンソールプレイヤーズ、キャントリブ M、キャントライブウィズアウト M。やったぞ。覚えてろ。
Yeah. Yeah, have a good one. Like they were holding on to the, like that all that time that like he had that one ball. Clearly saw I had most of the balls. These little balls. Why are you putting them there for? Man, this fucking game was out to get me. Fucking put me with noobs. Putting me with fucking noobs, Bium. How could you, game?
And a few of them stood out. In late September, a woman said she picked up a hitchhiker who fit Patty's description of Victor, Montana. She said the woman wanted a ride to Missoula and that they talked about her love of horses. That night, the woman and her husband let her sleep at their house because everywhere was closed and there was nowhere else for her to go. Then they dropped her at a truck stop the next morning, told them she planned to ride to Whitefish, Montana to stay with a friend. What made this tip seem real was that quite a few other people called in to say they had seen her in the same area. But unfortunately, despite the information, they still weren't any closer to finding her.
Yeah, but Neocraft, they completely forgot about Criminal Friends, even though it's literally their very first license, like,
was so
IP.
convinced that he'd found her that he grabbed her wrists and wouldn't let her leave until police arrived. When the police got to the bar, she matched the description so perfectly that they took her in for questioning. But eventually, the woman got a hold of her ID and proved who she was, and she wasn't Patty. On another occasion,
that
on
sucked
August
though.
30th,
That
1990,
sucked.
a homeless woman was picked up by the police who were convinced it was her. She looked the same, and even her voice was the same as the woman in the home videos they
Put
saw
in
on
a
TV.
put in a
When they checked her fingerprints
team
against
with
Patty's, they realized that the woman
put
wasn't
on a
her
team with
Since
bad.
her initial
Well, I mean, with
disappearance,
noobs.
there have been more than
Oof,
5,000
oof, oof.
supposed sightings of her. Quite a few have turned out to be mistaken identities, and others don't lead anywhere at all. And tragically, her parents kept looking for her for the rest of their lives, but would pass away before ever finding her. As with most cases, people have come up with a few theories to explain what happened, and there are a few theories that fit with the events. One is the theory that her family still believes, which is that the accident gave her amnesia. Then she might have headed back toward her apartment using instinct, and she may still be wandering around in the United States, trying to figure out who she is. It's also possible that all those sightings were just wishful thinking, and after walking for hours into the fields after the crash, she died from her injuries and exposure. The search for her was extensive, but Montana is a big place, and her body could still be out there somewhere. And obviously, another big mystery is what caused the crash in the first place. Was Patty suffering a psychotic break, or because she knew something was off, was something physical affecting her behavior like a brain tumor? Unfortunately, unless Patty is found one day, we'll probably never know. If you made it this far, thanks so much for watching. If you have a story suggestion, feel free to submit it to the email found in the description, and hopefully I will see you in the next one. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Scary Interesting. In this video, we're going to go over 3 more cases of people who completely vanished
Ooh, a
in
map that I
short
know.
period of time. And despite almost immediate and extensive searches, not a single trace of
Oh,
them was
level
found.
9
Well,
Zamazu.
almost.
Okay.
You'll see what I mean in the final story. As always, viewer discretion is advised. On Friday, September 25th, 1981, Thelma Pauline Melton was walking along the Deep Creek Trail in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park in Tennessee. This was an area she'd been coming to every summer for almost 20 years, and so it was a trail she was familiar with and had walked many times. At the time, Thelma was 58 and retired, and she was walking with 2 friends of hers who were part of a group that was staying in the campground together. At about 4 p.m., as they walked along, her 2 friends teased her a little bit because she seemed to be walking slower than normal and was falling a bit behind.
Let's go.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。
助けてください。
My first time I actually go up against Zamazu, so
ありがとうございます。
「 起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。いいぞ。また起動キーが見つかった。設置に向かうんだ。
No.
やめてよ。はあ、焦った。
I mean, a good amount of these guys are BC.
Mazui, 誰かやられた。もし救助に向かう場合は十分注意して行動してくれ。新しい起動キーだな。設置を急ぐんだ。
You baby guarding?
Yaba. Yabbe.
No. We're trying to save them, but that fucker kept on staying over here.
Mikataが倒れているぞ。もし救助に向かうなら敵の動きに注意するんだ。よし、新しい起動機が見つかったぞ。見つけたぞ。
Oh no, they're fighting. Gotta have people alive. Even if that's shields.
私は不死身だ。排除してやる。
変身。
Get in there. Waste of time, waste of time, waste of time. Ah, dang it. There you go. Waste of time. Why is nobody at the? Why is nobody at the? Get on the time machine! All that time I gave them, I did not even touch the time machine. This dude's being a freaking scaredy cat. You could have revived me. I would have been able to make it. It was literally right there. Well, I'm a casualty. All because I want to give them a chance, give them some time. Just wasn't gonna waste it. Back to this.
Then
Yeah, I'll probably keep on playing this until I get like a
They
raider.
then commented on how fast she was now going, and Thelma looked back and laughed and kept going. When she was about 75 yards from them, she crested a small hill and then was out of sight. And strangely, this was the last time Thelma was ever seen. As they got to the hill a few seconds later, they expected to see her along the pathway, but there was no sign of her. It is a heavily forested trail with some twists and turns and small hills, so that wasn't all that weird. Then, not thinking much of it, they figured she'd just returned to the trailer where her husband Robert was. So they continued on and reached the trailer less than 30 minutes later, only to find that she wasn't there either, and Robert hadn't seen her since they left. Getting slightly more alarmed by then, Robert made some calls to see if she'd gone to any of the trailers nearby. Meanwhile, the two friends told their husbands, who left immediately, to retrace their steps along the trail. They quickly went the entire distance, and although there were lots of people, there was no trace of Thelma. They would even ask all the other people they saw on the way if they'd seen anyone matching Thelma's description, but not a single person had seen her either. Finally, an hour and a half later, when it was clear this was serious, they called the police and officially reported her missing. Police arrived shortly afterward, and a thorough search was started, and over the course of 4 days, kept the trail closed and scoured the area. In total, this ended up being 100 miles of trails, with over 100 searchers and dog teams on the pathways and in the forests. Unfortunately, after everything, there was nothing. No signs of a struggle, no scent, and no sign of Thelma. Now, that day, she left the trail without her ID, wallet, and keys. The only thing she had with her was her cigarettes. In addition, she was on medication for high blood pressure and nausea, which she had also left in the trailer. Because she had none of her essential items, and because she was a 2-pack-a-day smoker who couldn't walk very far or very fast, police initially suspected foul play. Maybe she had been abducted by someone along the trail. The problem with this idea, though, as police quickly learned, was that Thelma was not a small woman. She was 5'10", 180 pounds. She wouldn't have been an easy target, especially not in such a short period of time on a trail with a bunch of other people. She almost certainly would have yelled or something had she been attacked. So after realizing this, police began to explore the possibility that maybe Thelma had chosen to disappear. In this part of the investigation, there were some interesting findings, but unfortunately they only added to the mystery. The first thing was that Thelma had prepared a sauce for dinner earlier that day that she intended to have with Robert later. This seems to indicate that she expected to be back. The next weird thing is that in the 4 years prior to her disappearance, Thelma volunteered to hand out food to the elderly during the week. And she did this every day without missing a day for as long as Robert could remember. Except on the day she disappeared, for some unknown reason, she decided not to go in. In addition to that, in those 4 years, she had never once used the phone there. On the day before she disappeared, she had used the phone and made a call to someone unknown, and what they talked about is also unknown. The only other piece of information about her case that seems notable is that her pastor, who she confided in, said that Thelma had been struggling with the loss of her mother earlier that year. He would also claim that he believed she was having an affair. Now, to be clear, this has never been substantiated, and there is no evidence to support this, but either way, it's led to speculation. People have suggested that Thelma may have been unhappy with her life, married to a man who was 20 years older than her. Because of the age difference, her husband Robert was far less mobile and active than she was. So operating on this theory, it's been suggested that the call was to this partner to plan her escape the following day. At the same time, this seems far-fetched, and the moments leading up to her disappearance seem far too organic. This would mean that Thelma had to act completely normal, then decide to go on that hike at exactly the right time, then speed up at exactly the right time, and have someone waiting to pick her up. You'd think there would be some sort of nervousness or apprehension detected by either her friends or her husband that day. So that leaves us with three possibilities. The first is that she was truly lost in the woods. This trail is on the edge of the mountains, filled with dense forests and creeks and rivers. The second is that she was maybe abducted in broad daylight on a trail with lots of other people. And the third is that she chose to disappear, and it was carefully planned to make it seem as though she was lost. To this day, there is no trace of Thelma. Captain Penny Osmond was a guard commander in the medevac helicopter unit of the National Guard. She liked a challenge, and one of the biggest challenges she knew of was the Mountain Marathon race in Seward near Anchorage, Alaska. The race is only about 3 miles long, but the first mile and a half or so is spent ascending the 3,000-foot peak of the mountain. The rest is treacherous scrambling back down the steep cliffs you just came up. It's one of the toughest races in the world, and it's open to anyone. According to legend, the race began when two miners argued about whether getting up and down the mountain in less than an hour was possible. The two decided that the only way to settle the bet was to run the route, with the loser promising to pay for drinks of anyone who came to watch. Then, to make that round of drinks as big as possible, they decided to run on the 4th of July, drawing a large Independence Day crowd. The miner who believed it to be possible would miss the 1 hour target by 2 minutes and ultimately lost the bet, but he turned out to be correct anyway. Since the race's official start in 1915, quite a few people have managed it in less than an hour, and today the course record is 41 minutes and 26 seconds. In 2012, Penny thought she could get into the top third of competitors and took the run seriously. Before the race, she walked the route, ensuring she knew where all the dangerous spots were, when to be careful, and when to go for it. This was important. Although the path was worn, the route isn't marked, and a wrong turn can be dangerous, even deadly. On the day of the race, the weather wasn't great, and a constant drizzle of rain made the rocky terrain slippery, and parts of the mountain were covered in fog. Even so, Penny made good time up the hill and started the long scramble down until she reached a steep rock face. This was one of the most challenging parts of the course, and crowds would gather at the bottom to watch the runners carefully make their way down. There were also 2 routes down from there. Peggy was sure that the left side as you come down was more manageable, but then almost as soon as she started to make her way down, she lost her footing and began to slip down the cliff face. She managed to steady herself for a moment by leaning back on the rock and trying to push herself back up with her hands, but every time she tried, she slid a little more, slipping from one rock formation to another. Eventually, she saw tree roots sticking out the side of the cliff and thought she could jump toward them to stop her fall, so she launched herself at them, reaching out to grab them, but unfortunately didn't even graze them with her fingertips. Then she fell 15 feet toward the ground, back first. A woman at the bottom ran toward the cliff and tried to break Penny's fall, and she did slightly, but Penny still smashed into the ground, hitting her head and torso. Luckily, she was still conscious, so the woman held on to her and stabilized her while they waited for a medevac to fly her out. Penny would then go on to spend 6 weeks in the hospital with lacerations and broken ribs, and the spot where she fell turned out to be dangerous. Later, another runner named Matthew Kenny fell so hard he broke his arm and his skull, knocking him unconscious for days. Penny and Matthew also weren't the first or the last people to be badly injured in the race. There were reports of people breaking limbs, lacerated in their organs after getting impaled on trees, and even narrowly escaping from bears. But all of them fully recovered, and some even went on to compete again. The one man who didn't, or at least we don't think he did, was Michael Lemaitre. Unlike Penny, Michael wasn't anywhere close to contention for a winner's spot in 2012. When he was younger, he was a keen runner, nearly going to Syracuse University on a track running scholarship. By then, though, he was a 66-year-old businessman, and despite still being fit, he wasn't the fastest of runners. But he was the sort of man who liked to challenge and doing things that seemed different, even crazy to his family, especially if it looked like fun. And even though he'd been told to at least walk the route before the day of the event, he never did, and so the day of the race was his first time going up the mountain. Either way, he set off filled with confidence at 3 p.m., but by 5 p.m., long after the fastest runners had finished, he still hadn't even reached the halfway point at the summit, and he was struggling. The last time anyone saw him, he was 200 feet from the top of the mountain. Then, just before 6 p.m., one of the race volunteers had spotted a straggler who wanted to know if he would still be able to finish, even though he was so slow. The volunteer told him that everyone is allowed to run at their own speed and asked for his bib number, and then radioed the volunteers below to say the last runner was about to reach the turnaround point and he should be with them in an hour and a half or so. Meanwhile, Michael's wife Peggy waited at the finish line for her husband. She knew he wouldn't be quick, but she'd still be proud of him for completing the race. First, the top competitors crossed the finish line, then the slower runners came in, sometimes in groups, sometimes one at a time. Then after a while, she was waiting for so long that the organizers were starting to close the race down and pack up the finish line. But she still wasn't worried. Even though the event seemed to be over, some people were still turning up. Peggy assumed the organizers knew who was still out there and they wouldn't leave completely until Michael was back. But Michael never crossed the finish line. The hour-and-a-half estimate given by the volunteer passed, and then the day drew to night. Peggy then started to ask around to see if anyone had seen Michael. She was also soaked and cold, so she got into her car and began to honk her horn and shout Michael's name, hoping the noise would guide him down. Tragically, it didn't. Michael had vanished. After he was officially reported missing, the Alaska State Troopers and the Fire and Rescue Department began an extensive search of the mountain. Michael's daughters also helped in the search, and one of them even arranged for a specialist cadaver dog to be flown all the way from Oregon to follow the path of the race. But the dog didn't find a single trace of her dad anywhere. One of Michael's friends also paid for a helicopter to fly over the mountain and take both high-resolution and thermal imaging photos. But again, despite hours of thorough combing the mountainside, there was just nothing. By the end of July, the official search was abandoned, but that didn't stop people who lived in Seward from carrying on. One report claims that on the weekend after the official search was called off, dozens of people, possibly hundreds, went up the mountain to search for the missing man. The searchers also hoped that when fall came and the dense foliage thinned out, Michael's body might be easier to spot. But they just never found a trace. So the question is, what happened to Michael? One possibility is that he was mauled by a bear. People have reported seeing bears or even running from bears during the race before. In 2017, there were back-to-back attacks by bears in the area, including an attack on a 16-year-old runner who got lost competing in another race not far from Anchorage. But because they never found Michael, there's no way to know if the same thing happened to him. In all likelihood, he just got lost. Michael didn't have the best eyesight. He suffered from advanced glaucoma that destroyed his peripheral vision and narrowed his eyesight so badly that he once called it a disability. Even for someone with 20/20 vision on a clear day, the mountain marathon race is a tough route to follow. There are even spots on the mountain that hikers have had to be rescued from in sunny weather. On a damp, foggy day like July 4th, 2012, his poor vision could have taken him down the wrong side of the mountain, where he could have just slipped and fallen into a ravine never to be found. But even if he did get lost, as is often the case with disappearances like this, it's still hard to fathom how someone can disappear so completely in such a short period of time. In a race with hundreds of others on a relatively short, frequently traveled path, it seems impossible that there would be no trace of someone after such an intense search with thermal imaging and scent dogs. Either way, Michael's disappearance would change the rules of the race. Now, if you can't make it to the halfway point up the mountain in an hour, you're forced to turn around and go back down again. Runners also have to sign a statement saying they've run the course before, either in a previous year or by going on one of the 2 training runs held in the run-up to the event. The race has also been rerouted, avoiding the dangerous cliffs where Penny and Matthew fell, but still, as of 2023, there is no sign of Michael. When Mildred Young checked her answering machine on Wednesday, April 15th, 1998, she hoped the call she'd missed would be from her daughter Diane. Diane had gone missing a week earlier, and Mildred was worried not only because Diane usually kept in touch, but also because she had a long history of mental illness. At 40 years old, she'd already been committed to mental health facilities 32 times, and her inability to function on her own meant she was constantly getting booked for petty crimes and misdemeanors like shoplifting. Almost 2 decades earlier, Diane was married with 3 kids and was described as being a doting housewife and mother with a perfectly kept house. Unfortunately, over the next few years, Diane began to spiral. 10 years into her marriage, she was diagnosed with manic depression, now known as bipolar disorder. She was given medication to help with her illness, but whenever she felt better, she stopped taking her medication, thinking she didn't need it anymore. That created a vicious cycle that eventually caused her husband to leave her in 1988, taking the kids with him and finally divorcing her in 1991. Afterward, Diane only began to spiral further and began to self-medicate with alcohol instead of taking her prescribed medication. This is when she started getting into more serious trouble. When she did, the state would often take her into care using Florida's Baker Act, which allows someone to be put into a mental health facility if they become a danger to themselves or others. Sadly, it operated the same way Diane's prescriptions did. Whenever she seemed fine, they'd let her go.
Wait, only three
Then Diane
people?
began acting as if she had before until she was picked up again for something new and the cycle would continue. On the day she disappeared, which was Friday, April 10th, she was staying with her sister Deborah. Deborah left to go to a dentist appointment at 10 a.m. and when she returned home, Diane was gone. It was later learned that from her sister's house, she went to a bar in Hudson, Florida. It's not clear how she got there because it was about 10 miles and Diane didn't have a car. Either way, after arriving at the bar, she had a few drinks, but then shortly afterward began walking in circles repeatedly. The bartender then refused to serve her, thinking she had too much to drink. Then after leaving the bar, she might have been seen in 2 local restaurants. The following day, she was seen walking north on a road near New York Avenue. Then she checked in and stayed at the Coral Sands Motel until the 14th. Now, the Coral Sands Motel was a bit of a dump. It was mostly falling down, and it was known to attract individuals.
Wouldn't we just like
cheap. It was sort of the last
teleport? I mean, the
place
emergency
Then she
machine
seems to
will
have left
already
the motel
appear,
on the
right?
14th. Mildred didn't know any of this, as she was going to check the message on her answering machine the following day on the 15th. All she knew was that her daughter had disappeared on the 10th and had not been seen or heard from since. Then she pressed the button to listen to the message, and to her relief, she began to hear Diane's voice. Unfortunately, the relief was quickly replaced by pure terror. All Diane said was help.
こちらトランクスだ。聞こえるか？スーパータイムマシンや必要な物資の転送は完了している。起動キーを探して指定ポイントに設置し、スーパータイムマシンを起動するんだ。脱出用タイムマシンの整備が終わった。起動キーの設置は諦め、脱出して構わない。青い光で示された場所に呼び出しビーコンがある。急いで向かってくれ。脱出用タイムマシンを送ったぞ。それを使って脱出するんだ。
あんたも気をつけてな。
危ない。
逃げられたか。
起動キーが見つかったな。設置に向かってくれ。
さあ、とどめを。
助けてください。
Tell him to fight. Should I look at my TV, guys? I mean, that should be enough to like raise my level, right? By one, 80 mark. It did.
Help, let me out, and she sounded tense and was practically shouting into the phone. Then there was the sound of scuffling as if someone were trying to pry the phone out of Diane's hands. Then another voice could be heard saying, "Hey, gimme that." Then there was a click as the call hung up. Mildred immediately checked the caller ID and it said the call had come from somewhere called Starlight, so she called the number back, but there was no answer. Unfortunately, wherever or whatever Starlight was, it's never been discovered. Some people on forums have suggested that it might have been a strip bar called Starlight or the Starlight Motel, but again, it's never been determined, at least publicly. Obviously, instead of making Mildred feel better, the message made her more scared than ever. She was sure something terrible had happened to her daughter, and everything that's come out since then seems to indicate that to be the case. Diane was possibly seen for the last time on the 15th eating lunch at another hotel in the area. That evening, a woman walking to work in Hudson headed up New York Avenue a few miles from where Diane was supposedly seen eating lunch. As she walked, she saw what looked like a fake finger, like the kind you'd get at a novelty store. It had a nail painted bright red and was just left at the side of the road. The woman then continued walking, but the more she thought about it throughout the day, the more it bothered her, so she asked her boyfriend to go look the following day. Horrifyingly, it wasn't a joke finger, it was real. It was then brought to police, who identified it as Diane's finger. They had her fingerprints on record from the many times she'd been arrested, and was determined to be her right middle finger. Right away, police knew foul play was most likely, but they had to consider other options. They couldn't be sure if this was done maliciously or if Diane had somehow hurt herself, like closing her finger on a car door. Unfortunately, things only got stranger from there. Later that day, a convenience store owner was tidying up out front of her store and decided to check her outdoor freezer. It had been 3 weeks or so since she'd looked inside, and the local kids sometimes left things in there she had to remove. When she looked inside, she found a bag, and inside the bag were some neatly folded clothes. Incredibly, they looked familiar. She recognized them as Diane's clothes because Diane was a regular at the store. She then called Deborah, and when Deborah arrived, she also recognized the clothes as one she had actually given Diane. However, police were quick to point out that some kids who lived near Diane's house had broken in not long after she'd gone missing. Diane often allowed parties in her house, and quite a lot of her possessions had been stolen, probably by partygoers who knew what was in there. Whoever it was could have dumped the clothes at the store, but strangely, they were neatly folded and left where someone would recognize them. It seems unlikely this would have been done by some random kids. Either way, this was the last clue for the next 2 years. Police spoke to hundreds of people and followed dozens of leads, but nothing went anywhere. The only real suspect they had during this time period was the manager at the Coral Sands Motel, Gary Robert Evers, although police have never said why he was a suspect during this time. He'll become more important in just a second. On November 24, 2000, 2 years after Diane's disappearance, the Tampa Bay Times published a routine update on the case. The following day, Diane's brother's girlfriend, Terry, went into a Circle K to buy something. Inside, she noticed a clear plastic Ziploc bag with makeup, perfume, and toothpaste on the lottery counter. Then she noticed it had the name Diane written on it in black Sharpie. In addition, Diane used that shade of pink lipstick, that black eyeliner, and the perfume in the bag. The toothpaste also matched what was given to Diane in the hospital a few weeks before she went missing. It's hard to know if this was just another coincidence, but if it wasn't a coincidence, that means someone must have been watching Terry long enough to know her habits. Frustratingly, the Circle K had taped over these surveillance tapes by the time the police were notified and came to check the footage. That wasn't unusual because VHS tapes were expensive and stores would routinely tape over the previous day's recordings to save money. So unfortunately, they couldn't get anything from the bag or its contents either, so the trail went cold again. The final clue in the case before it went completely cold came on June 28, 2001, just before midnight. The one suspect, Gary Robert Evers, confronted a man at the Coral Sands Motel. The night before, 2 men in ski masks had burst into the motel's office and attacked the manager of the motel, who was also Gary's girlfriend. Gary ran at them, but then they ran away before he could catch them. The following day, Gary confronted a man who he thought was involved, and when the man refused to say who else was with him, Gary took out his gun and shot him several times. It later turned out that the man had nothing to do with it after all, after the real attackers gave themselves up. Either way, this gave police a chance to question Gary in more detail about his possible involvement in Diane's case, but it didn't lead anywhere. Gary was later convicted of murder in the office, but they couldn't prove any link between Gary and Diane other than the fact that he booked her into a room.
Really?
So that is where the case is today. What we know is that Diane was going through some serious issues and often found herself in some not so great people. The most troubling part is we're proud to see the finger that was found inside the road. This in combination with the phone call to her
That 1 minute lobby time doesn't, or matched looking time doesn't really look all that truthful.
They seem too perfect a place to be a coincidence. Today, Diane is still listed as a missing person, and as of 2024, she would be 64 years old. So, what do you think happened? Each of these cases seems to have an entirely different likely explanation, and yet they are all equally confusing. In any case, if you have a story suggestion that you'd like to see covered or you think would fit the channel, I'd love to hear it, and you could submit it to the form found in the description. Thanks so much for tuning in, and hopefully I will see you in the next one. In January of 1902, to prepare for battles in cold and mountainous climates, the Japanese Imperial Army sent 210 men on a training exercise across the Hakoda Mountains in the middle of winter. This would go on to be the single deadliest mountaineering disaster in all of recorded history. This is the story of the Hakoda Mountains disaster. At the turn of the 20th century, tensions were rising between the Japanese Emperor and the Russian Tsar, and war was seeming more and more likely between the two nations. Throughout history, Russia's been known for its ability to fight effectively in the cold, and in fact, it's often seemed as though the colder it is, the fiercer they could be. This was something that the Japanese High Command was worried about. The First Sino-Japanese War had just ended in 1895, during which the Japanese faced significant problems fighting in cold and mountainous terrain in Korea. Not only did it make the battles difficult, but it was a logistical nightmare. If war were to break out again, they expected to face similar conditions on their northern shores or even across the sea. A scenario that was thought of as particularly likely was the shelling of the northern coast of Honshu, the largest of the Japanese islands. In this scenario, all of the roads and railways along the coast
Yay, match. Oh, none of these guys are none of these guys are Steam. Or PC players, they're just all of them are console players.
Fight! Oh! この義乳隊長自ら戦いのお手本を見せてやる。こいつはかつてないほどの面白い戦いになりそうだ。
Let's go.
お前たち準備はいいな。ファイト！
Oh no, they already found the C key. Only from the pt2? Dang. I don't know, can I handle it? Explode A, I saw him go to A. Damn it. Where's E at? Where's E at? Okay.
トリトラファイティングボンバー
まずい
海王剣ほっ相手が悪すぎたんだ。はい。だ。手さん。よっしゃ。それ。
いくよ
いけめ時間をかけすぎだ俺たちに代われ
お楽しみはこれからだってのに
可愛がってやると頭をよしよしと撫でるわけじゃないぞファイトバータ奴らを探すぞ
ピピピピピ
戦うしかないか
ボン
美しいバータ行くぞボン行くぞ
Am I being evil or what? Story D.
さあ一気に型をつけてやるぜちょろちょろ逃げ回ってるだけじゃ一生戦っても勝てんぞ行くぞ超エリートみたいに逆らうとはな超エリートみたいに逆らうとはな
And destroyed. There you go. Now you guys have a timer.
Boom! くたばる寸前だ。もう戦闘力は残っていない。
戦闘力はゴミみたいなもんだぜ。
そろそろ俺に代われ。
よろしくお願いします隊長。ゲニュー特戦隊隊長ゲニュー。
Getting you for the win, pyon.
Perfect だ。
Wait, did they get rid of rankings? I think I got rid of rankings, pyon.
Yeah.
Is that enough for a temple? No, I need one more. Oh, I got my Ginyu in. Yeah, 2 minutes. Room. Oh, we got a good amount of characters done. And for oh wait, no, let me close the game first before I start. Yeah, but we got a lot of characters down. So looking forward to getting all this. Looking forward to actually start playing with them. Now and then see who's gonna be at the top. I just added what's it called? Kaon. Kaon has Mugen sprites. So yeah. I'm looking forward to that one. Yeah, right now, currently, I'm at remember, I took out like 10 characters because of Oi Jaime, but I have 940 characters. Yeah. I mean, I almost lost one. I almost lost what is it? I almost lost Raccoon. I had like maybe like a 3/4 of one bar left before he died. But luckily I was able to pull off. Luckily I was able to hold him back long enough for the go transform into Birder and Joyce. Oh, that was so close though. It was so close. Well, in terms of that one, it wasn't close in terms of like them winning. Like I still had Ginyu. I just had Ginyu ready if they took out Birder and Joyce. Again, they were. Yes, I was doing a scummy tactic of just baby guarding E. It's like, well, you showed me where it was, so. You know, and this is the last key. Well, I mean, what else I'm gonna do? Like, why, you know, that's the only key, so might as well. I'll just be right here waiting. But yeah, it was nice though. Probably what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go take a napu, and then come back and then go back to it again. Yeah, like 940 characters. So we are past the halfway point, I believe. 1700 characters. Well, 1770 something characters, and we got 940 of one of them down. So we are close, past halfway, past the halfway mark. Yay! Finally. And I have this site too where like they have like not packs, but they have like the roster of the characters. They have like they have a character. No, not character. They have like a what is it called? Like I could just go to the game franchise itself and then just download them from there. I'm like, oh, nice. So yeah, I could just go to the franchise and just download the actual base character from there and just go from there. Given some of them, I'm gonna have to like modify a little bit. Not modify, but like some of them I'm gonna have to like pick certain ones for quality control. Yeah, some of them are like quality control that I'm gonna have to be like no, yes, and some of them are not like animified, like they're just straight up just monsters. And some of them have like a lot of copies of them. Oh yeah, Slam Masters, gotta get that one pretty soon. That's Super versus Capcom. And suppose there's like a lot of anime characters too. Anime, cartoon, TV characters. Master, Bleach, DBZ, which I know for a fact there's gonna be a fucking lot of them. Oh shit. There's a lot. There's even more. There's even more characters for Fate. Oh no, it's not too much. I think I only have like, I think it's one, two. I think there's two that I don't got in the actual. Okay, yeah, it's like there's only two. Thought could be a lot more. Inuyasha, Jump Stars, the collection. I got the K-On! I am not doing that one. Okay, there's My Hero, but I don't know. Gotta make sure that this price look nice. Some of these don't look, yeah. And some of these sprites don't look exactly great though. Man, quality control is gonna be very tight. I didn't even see it. Like my whole thing is I'm not trying to get characters that have a very like have quality to it. I know. Oh, we'll see. See how, like, if I let them, if some of these are good or not, in my opinion. Yeah. With that though, hope you guys have a great night though, okay? Don't let, you know, bugs suplex you or anything, okay? Also, don't let that weirdo inside your closet do anything to you. Okay. Good night, though. See you guys in a few. Pyon.